Okay, tight.
Okay, we are recording.
Cool.
We doing it.
So let's see. Last week, you guys were continuing on your objective to get the book titled Armageddon that is being held securely in some fashion by the Ariston Security and Protections Guild. There was a short aside while Gilva and Wendy took out a weak gang on the third floor of the squat, and then Gil took over that area as his own. And with the dead recovered from that endeavor, Dern raised a bunch of zombies, and you all prepared to make a frontal assault on the Thieves Guild or a subterranean assault on the Thieves Guild, one or the other, and hit a little bit of a stumbling block when you were asked to pay a toll to use the squat entrance to the sewers. At which point you basically picked a fight with the Black Scales gang.
They had it coming.
And after a couple of seconds of rather tense battle, and Katsu almost being eviscerated, and and a lot of zombie lives lost, you decided that, well, Gil decided he'd rather not, and the rest of you followed suit. You had to pay an exorbitant toll. Gil has been evicted from the SWAT, and you went back to the Fulcrum to lick your wounds. So that is where we're going to pick up tonight.
Only go up from here. Maybe.
What time of day is it right now, Dan?
Sorry, say it again?
What time of day is it right now?
I believe you guys were heading out late in the evening for that assault on the Thieves Guild. So I would say it's probably right around midnight or so.
Midnight, okay.
For everyone's personal view and perusal, this is the layout of the first floor of the squat. The entrance is right here. This area right here is the hole, and you can probably just vaguely see there's little dots in a bunch of these rooms here. The Black Scale gang pretty much controls this half of the first floor of the squat. And up here is the Scragg's pawn shop where Gil has done some trading, but he will never go again.
Well, we just got to take out that.
Yeah.
Only the Sith deal in absolutes.
That is kind of your wheelhouse right now, guys.
Cool.
You're more on the Sith side than the Jedi side.
We're evil, bro.
Did we head back to the Fulcrum at the end of last session?
That is what people were saying. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
We weren't doing so hot.
Then if it's midnight, I'm just looking at our plan. There's certain things we can do for recon right now, and there's certain things we can't do until the morning. I did not get beat the fuck up. I'm happy to go for a walk in the screw if some other people want to at night and just observe guard posts. And then in the morning, maybe we can kick off me and Dern going in and other people doing their other recon work.
Okay. So, yeah, if you guys are going to do something tonight, Katsu is down some hit points. I believe Wendy, you're down too, aren't you?
Oh yeah, I'm very bloodied.
Yeah. You get that.
Yeah. Like I'm happy.
Yeah.
I think I got a scratch.
Mudlark, you're down 2 rounds of Bardic Inspiration.
Oh, okay.
High performance, and you use the discordant voice ability from your sword, so you can't do that again until you rest.
Sure.
We can totally rest. Don't
Yeah.
worry.
Yeah, we can do that.
I'm just saying, I mean, until tomorrow. If you're
Yeah.
playing something tonight, I'm just saying, for his benefit, since he wasn't here to play his character last week, I want to let him know what resources he's expended.
Yeah. Oh yeah, let's take a full rest, guys. What do we think?
I'm down to take a full rest. Also, just my opinion, and I'm sorry, work got what work was, but in my short response to this plan is I love it. I'm totally down. Let's do every little bit of it. Also, I think it is time for the church to fall. I think that is a fantastic way to pull attention away from just about everything else. And if we can make it happen without getting caught, I think that is exactly the kind of thing that we need to do to, set the, wash ourselves in troll stank.
Isn't that
Okay.
a different part of the town?
Yeah, different. Yeah, as far as I remember, like quarter mile to a mile away.
That could totally work because in my plan, Hellet and Gilver were kind of the question mark variables. So while we're doing these other recon things going in, Scott, they can go over there and prep that. I don't know. I think it's a good idea.
Needs to be done sometime.
Yeah. Those Goldilocks have been really following us around because they're not worried about their house right now.
What are they going to use? Explosives?
I mean,
Gilva could probably just
in the
use
way
some
to hit that
stone
pillar.
shape and knock out a bunch of the supports.
yeah, it's a crack in the stone archway, I think, of one of the entranceways, if my memory serves. That's where the weak point is. Cool. We get time for the church to fall. That would need to happen when Wendy and Squawk go to kill / steal the key from the halfling. That would probably be the ideal time for y'all to go destroy the church if you can.
Is this a distraction in town?
Yeah.
Simultaneously occurring with the heist, or is this occurring before?
Like before, because I think what we were talking about with the distraction is there's all of these work crews under the screw. So if we can give them something to be pulled towards, like, okay, this church just collapsed into the sewer, maybe some crews get pulled away. Or at least attention of the town guard gets pulled away from where we want to be.
And they might not think that is a direct result of someone doing something in that moment. They might think that it's a weakened foundation just due to the fact that that attack was so intense or something like that, Like it's gonna cause enough confusion that confusion is gonna last for a couple days.
Yeah. My only concern is getting into a situation like we had with Scott where Gilva and Hellet are like way the fuck away and we enter combat. So we want to make sure we don't do that.
I think we do it as soon as possible, right? And then we take a day or maybe even two from that moment until we actually
Oh, okay, yeah. So I hear you. So you're saying like maybe even while like Scott and I are in the fucking place, they're in church. The next like day is people like, okay, let's reallocate our crews and start moving over here.
And I would almost say, I'd almost say like, step one is bring down that church. And then kind of see what happens, because that can kind of dictate some of the things that we do if goblin crews do get pulled away.
Okay.
And I just think, it's time.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do that as prologue.
All right, I'm gonna have to reconnoiter my spell list because I've thought about how to take out the church with a cracked thing.
Okay.
But I don't know if it'll work with what I've got. But there's a thing that I have. Here we go. All right.
Just make sure it's on a Sunday. That way people are in it.
It's a good idea. I mean, yeah. Or is Sunday, are they they're not Judeo, what have you. What is their day of worship, Dan, in our non-Gregorian? Who's Gregory in this world?
Their day of worship is actually Yana Day, which is Monday.
Okay.
But it's, they don't so much have like sermons and stuff like that. It's just those who are devout worshipers will pass by on their way to work or to whatever their business and make small offerings or say small prayers. But it's the day that the church sees the most foot traffic.
I think, let's just go ahead and do it soon.
Yeah.
There is sort of in that chamber that Dern and Gil explored when they went in. So like people will come in one side of the double doors and make a procession through, and then kind of like leave an offering or a donation as they're leaving, or actually in front of different. There's the mosaics on the walls. So depending on what their plans are or what their leanings are, they might leave it in front of a different mosaic that has a different meaning. And they'll walk through making a silent prayer as they do so. So it's not so much like everyone gathers and listens to a sermon. It's just a much higher traffic time period. And they're, especially around 7 to 9 a.m., there might actually be a line outside as people are waiting to proceed through. But that would happen on a Yoma day, which is basically the Monday of the week.
Is there any possibility that there's flyers around saying that there's some event going on at that church at any time?
It was a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, it has been? Okay.
Yeah, their major holy day of the year was a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. Let's not get too caught up on filling a church full of people and pulling it down, because really we just want a distraction. So if it's full of people or not, fuck it.
Cool.
But it might draw unwanted attention. If there's a possibility that we can bring the church down and they think that it was just an architectural fault.
Yeah. We do that by pulling it down and no one's seeing it happen. So we're not there to fight people, kill people. We just make it collapse and we leave.
The blood will run.
Can I ask, what is the method of destruction?
Ross is looking up a spell.
Yeah. So, I mean,
I'm just thinking one pillar might not do a lot. Might be very anticlimactic. Might make one room fall in.
No, last time we were there, Dan, there was some knowledge, I don't know if it was from my character or someone else, that it was basically this is a huge structural flaw. And that's what drew our attention to it.
Yeah, the temple is fairly large. This pillar that you noticed a structural flaw in was on the sort of the northeastern end of the corner of the building. If it was damaged to the point where it couldn't support what it's there to support, there's a good chance, probably maybe a 20 to 30 foot radius from that corner would suffer severe structural damage. Whether that's a full-on cave-in or the level would depend on how much damage and how rapidly the damage was dealt, most likely. It wouldn't collapse the entire church. Mm-hmm. But Mudlark, give me a knowledge local check.
Ooh, natural 20 on the die.
So with that and your time spent in the sewers and traveling and traversing the area, you have noticed that goblin crews, and in particular the dwarven foremen that sometimes accompany them,
right,
do have wear armbands or like patches on their work tunics
Mhm.
that identify the areas of town where they work.
Uh-huh.
You also know that they are there to clean the sewers and clear obstructions. They do not do structural work. They do not, repair collapsed buildings or anything like that. You're fairly certain that if you do something to the Temple of Payana, which is a good ways away from the screw, and you're fairly certain that's a completely different goblin crew, that works in that vicinity.
Cool.
They might call on like a team from the neighboring city blocks, which does include the screw, but you're fairly certain you're not going to like clear out all the goblin crews and it would only be for the cleanup, maybe to move some rubble and make sure that the sewer can progress. And that would only be if that like was blocking so bad that there was a backup. But you
Cool.
think you think that sewage could probably be rerouted in that block. So, I mean, just this idea of can we drag these forces away to do something else? You don't think that's a very realistic thing.
Even with that, is that the case even within the area that they're designated to?
Within, like, if you could cause a massive blockage somewhere in the screw, you could probably draw all of the
Yeah.
screw through.
Let's make a fatberg somewhere. Maybe, I don't know, the fountain that spews human shit. I don't know, something that would draw them away.
Mhm.
But yeah.
Could
I
you
don't know,
like
Say
do you
again?
use our powers to flood the streets with the sewer water?
I mean, I can, but I think we want to do something more permanent, right? We want to like do something where like they go over there and like, oh yeah, this is like a 24-hour kind of deal. It's like a big old a fatberg, like when a bunch of fat collects in the sewers and it becomes like the size of a car and it just blocks it up. Something like
Yeah.
that. More than like, oh, this
Or for that,
pipe is
right?
running backwards. I don't know, Gilva and Hellet, do you think that's something you guys could manage, of making a blockage somewhere to one of the extreme corners of the screw?
I think we could do something in this screw. I think we could, I mean, with a little recon, we could maybe find a weak point in the screw, should one exist. If these goblin crews, their presence is for cleaning up, not for inspecting structural integrity. If there is, a weak point under one of the most popular religions' temple that hasn't been observed by these crews, it stands to reason that in just this mercantile district, there would also be some structural, some slipshod preventative maintenance.
Yeah.
I know I'm scouring my spell list for a thing that I know that I saw in here, because I've been thinking about how to take this building down with Gilva's ability, and
Okay.
there was but that's just saying we'd have to reconnoiter the space under which I've also been, Gilva's been putting his newfound +1 intelligence to work and figuring out how to reconnoiter some sewer terrain. So I think I've got a good strategy for that. If we're taking some time to do a little kind of mental map making before we dive in with both feet to this full-on attack.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Okay.
Let's fucking do that.
Tight. We're at the fulcrums. It's night. We're taking a full rest.
Yeah.
We're drinking weak beer for breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
Going with Gilbo, I'd be more support, but another idea I was just thinking of popped in my head is like, what if we give a zombie a bag of bombs and just told him where to go? And
Well,
I mean, I guess assuming that zombie wouldn't run into a.
Yeah, it's hope that he doesn't run into anything.
And what are bombs? How do
Exactly.
bombs go
Yeah,
off?
like
Yeah.
that's the thing that I've been trying to. I'm gonna find this thing. I know.
I've got craft alchemy.
I'm
probably
gonna
know.
put on my fascist hat for a minute here
Yeah,
and say there's
do
a
it.
reason we came up with a plan. So maybe let's not start coming up with a whole separate plan in the middle
Mhm.
of that plan.
Smart.
Let's maybe start with just the recon. And
Okay.
circle back.
Let's follow the plan.
I like it.
Do it. All right.
Thank you, Mudlark. That's why we chose you.
So,
He wrote it down.
what's his name? Katsu is going to go to Father Westford.
Okay.
I guess in the morning after he rests or whatever. Father Westford is not available at 12 o'clock at night for your petty desires, but he does go to Father Westford and requests a bunch of potions, some healing potions and some other things. So I'm going to say that as he does that, he encourages you all to also, make any preparative purchases that you may deem
On my
necessary.
list.
Yeah.
There it is.
I do not believe in money.
I think we should definitely invest in invisibility scrolls if we can get them. They're level 2 spell scrolls, Dan, so they're 200 gold pieces, right?
I have to go check.
Okay.
I mean, if that's what it says in the handbook, that's what it is.
I think so. I checked it like 3 or 4 days ago. Scott, what do you need from Father Wesson?
I need healing potions and one invisibility would sounds good too.
You saw where the guy comes.
So Gilva says to Dern,
Yes.
and I guess broadly to Katsu because of this last fight that we were in. So let me get this straight. When you guys are drinking in a fight, you're not like drinking mead. That like makes you feel better. You don't have to like cast a spell on yourself. Like you don't have to nature yourself back to feeling good. Like when you drink that, you just feel better.
Yeah. Healing
That-
potions?
I don't know. Tell me more. Like what? Never heard of them.
Your mind is being opened, yes.
Exactly. Like
There are potions that can heal the same as a cleric.
Well, can I get some?
Hell yeah.
I got all these fucking pockets in my coat. Let me get like 5 of them. What do they cost? Like money?
They do cost money. We need to talk to Father Westford.
Oh, that guy.
The book says 50 gold apiece, but Father Westford says what Father Westford says.
And piece for the level 1, cure light wounds, 1d8 plus 1.
Does Hilla happen to know this?
Yes.
Okay. It'd just be funny, like, let me try stuff. Ah, just throw it down.
Well, it has his wand.
I know.
Wendy has her key points. Their key points.
Actually, Mudlark, he has a wand of healing, correct?
Don't ask him about it.
Pretty sure he said he's got a wand of.
You can't ask him about it, Dern.
Why?
You're not allowed to ask him about it. He said if you ask about him, ask it.
No, he asks where. You can't ask him where he got it.
Yeah, I have a cure light wounds potion or wand with 40 charges.
Nice.
If I start cutting my wrists, is that like Tony?
So whoever is with me will have the access to that, which I guess would be Dern.
No offense, I still want a potion or two.
Oh yeah, please.
Okay, so depending on the type of scroll that you're looking for, I mean, if you can get you're gonna get if you want scrolls of invisibility, you're going to get wizard scrolls of invisibility. They're 150 gold pieces each.
That's a fucking good deal. We at least want 2 for our guys going in through the door with the key. So that would be Dern and Wendy, if you guys want one.
Windy.
Yes.
Everyone knows it's windy.
But, you know, if other people want to buy them, go for it.
I don't have any money.
I'll spy you, bud.
It's not like a spot thing. It's more like it needs to you buy it and then it's a gift, and that's the only way I'll accept it because I'm difficult.
Okay.
And if I know that like you bought it for me, I won't accept it.
Wendy, I know you're difficult. I saw what happened when someone tried to charge you 8 gold pieces. So I will happily buy you this.
Within character.
It was 2 silver. It was 2 silver
Right,
pieces.
2 silver.
Just so you guys know, I just marked in highlighter in green
Fuck
all
yeah.
the sewer pipes through the script.
Nice.
So most of these follow roads as they go.
Mhm.
Obviously, then they cross areas that don't necessarily have roads because the screw is difficult and weird. But
Look at that junction in the top right corner. That could be a really good place to start Gilva and Hellet. There's like what is that, 3 intersections right there?
It's like a cross with a diagonal line at
this one here.
Uh-huh.
it.
And now are those pipes all on the same plane, Dan, or some of them kind of different?
Yeah, they're all on the same plane for the most part.
Okay.
Yeah, there's like some cisterns and stuff that go lower, but the sewer itself does not have multiple levels.
Cool. I'm gonna, whenever we're done working with Father West, I'm gonna buy a scroll of invisibility, and I'm gonna hand it to you, Wendy. Do you say anything when I hand this to you, Wendy?
What is this?
This is a scroll of invisibility. I think you're gonna need it for our plan, which we discussed.
Is this a gift?
This is a gift. Nothing is exchanged in hand. I offer this to you so that you may cause others more pain.
Thank you.
Great.
You have no idea how to operate a scroll.
Darren, I need assistance.
Yeah, can Dern like help him use a scroll?
Yeah, I can cast it on him if he's with me.
Scroll onto Windy.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. So then that totally works with y'all being together.
No, it's mine. You gave it.
I'll show you how to use it later.
Thank you.
So how much were the healing potions? Can we get one better than Cure Light?
Cure Light are 50 gold pieces each, and Cure, I think the next one is Moderate.
I think so.
Those are 300 gold pieces each.
Ooh.
It's
Okay.
quite a bump up.
Yeah.
The Cure Moderate heals 2d8 plus 3. So you heal more faster, possibly, depending on what you roll. But
I think something to remember is we're not going in for a stand-up fight.
Gilva, you're there where you can buy yours, right? Or do you need me to get them?
So I just give them money, like you're buying a thing, and they just give you, it's like, what, juice?
Yeah, I take Gilva with me, and we talked to Father Westford.
It's not
about
mead, and it's not beer,
It's right along those lines.
and it just makes you feel better.
actually,
Yeah,
they're actually very
And
small, like maybe about 10 cc's of liquid in these small vials. They do taste kind of like berry, like strawberry, or just they taste like red drink.
are these
Kool-Aid.
new? Are they like, is this what the kids are doing? Like the Cubs are doing?
You can't afford this shit. 50 gold pieces a pop. That's expensive.
I mean, it's not though. I got all this fucking gold.
You should
I
be
don't even
using it.
use it. I don't pay rent, and I just got evicted. I mean, I want. What's the like? If let me get some of those good ones, dude. How much are those?
The 2d8 plus 3 healing point or healing is 300 gold pieces per, and
Yeah.
3d8 plus 5 is 750 gold pieces per.
3d8 plus 5. Let me get those, like, what's 300 gold? Let me have 3 of them.
Moderate.
Moderate?
2d8 plus 3.
You know you can heal yourself, right?
Yeah, but it's news to me that, like, you can just, like, drink a thing. You just drink this mead and you feel better. Gilva is taken aback. Like, it's not. I had no idea. I thought you guys were just getting hammered in the middle of a fight. Like, that's what I was doing.
Well, it does kind of the same thing. Might numb your senses a little bit. No, that's better.
Cool, dude. Let me
Let's
try
make
it.
the
Let me try it. Yeah.
Make these boo-boos go bye-bye.
Let me get 3 of those. Let me get 3 of those 3 bangers. I'll pay. I got all this fucking gold. Let me get 3 of those threesies, baby.
Okay.
It's the same price, and the
Same
fulcrum
thing.
can get
Yeah.
You got to get some, Gilva.
Yeah, let me get those. No fooling.
So, all right. So Katsu was already on the ball on this. He got there first. What do you guys want? Dern, you wanted to buy some?
Yeah, I would like 1 light and 1 medium.
Okay. Mudlark?
I buy the 1 scroll of invisibility and I give it to Wendy.
Okay.
Thank you for the gift.
And
Thank you.
Gilva, what do you want?
I'm buying 3 mediums.
Okay. They can't get 3. You know, usually there's not that much of a demand. They've got 2 more.
Let me get both of them.
All right.
Hell yeah, dude.
I also needed a scroll of invisibility. How much was that?
150.
150.
Are we at 150?
All right, so I got a total of 550 there.
What I've got.
Dan, I'll retcon a little bit and say that I bought 2 scrolls of invisibility and I kept the 1.
Okay.
I'll take out the money now. 700. Okay. Because who the fuck knows how this plan's gonna go down?
At least we have one.
It's all your fault.
My idea is that if we have more than we need, I can cast on myself, or I can just hand 1 to someone or cast it on them.
So yeah, Dern, when you go to get the, well, I don't know who got there last, but whoever got there last is informed that I think this would be Susan would be explaining this, that that's the last scroll of invisibility they have.
All right.
Cool.
Oh, so there was 2?
There are 3.
You know, there is a limit to their inventory here. They do not have however many you guys need.
Yeah. So we got 3. Wendy has 1, you have 1, I have 1.
All the ones that they had on hand.
Got it.
I think those are smart purchases. Okay. With the purchasing done, is there anything else we want to do with the fulcrum, or do we want to start heading out on our individual recon missions?
I need to go get some leather armor too. 3 sets, cheap, for my my remaining undead.
Is that something we're gonna use in the attack, or?
At some point, I want to get it.
Okay.
Oh yeah, actually, I guess not. Nope. Never mind. I'll worry about that later.
Okay.
Where are you keeping your remaining undead?
That where we're staying, I'm just having them stand in the corner.
Okay. Susan is going to inform you that they take up space and you need to pay for them staying there too. There's a storage fee.
I'll take them down in the sewer, some place close, and say, stay here. You can defend yourself.
Give me an intelligence check.
20.
You know,
Oh, wait.
Hell's probably a good place to store undead.
The what?
You know, Hell's is probably a good place to store undead. Just leaving them hanging out in the sewer somewhere is just asking.
What is? I didn't understand the crypt thing. So is that part of the fulcrum?
No.
That's actually on the far eastern side of town.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Away under an old church of Delic that doesn't see much traffic anymore.
That's where Hellet goes.
That's the place that he's been assigned as his home by the folk.
It has a direct path in from the sewer.
Okay, that sounds great.
I mean,
I can
it's
take him there.
not close, but it is fairly easy to get there from the fulcrum.
I've got my own residence. I could take him there.
You can take them there. Yeah.
I take him there. And I put my one dude back in his coffin.
Your residence does not have a direct sewer entrance, so you are going to have to get from the sewers to your house.
Or you could just ask her how much the fee is. I'm sure it's not a lot.
That's true. I should stop
I
doing
feel like
that.
this group has a problem with fees.
I go through money way too fast. I mean, undead and all that. Yeah, I drop. Okay. Yeah, I just
I'll
pay
pay the
her.
lodging.
I'll just pay her.
Okay, yeah, it's only 2 silver a day per undead.
That's our limit.
Uh-huh. So six silver a night for 3. I mean, you could keep them there for a long time.
Right.
And yeah, she just like directs you to like the next room over from that cot room, and she says, yeah, they can just stand in here. There's some other like crates and boxes in there. You don't know what's in them, but there's enough room for your undead to just kind of stand there and wait.
Cool.
Would Susan be a person to ask for armor or Father Westford?
Actually, the last time you dealt with armor, you spoke with what was his name?
There's some crunch in there. I didn't hear what that. I dealt with who?
The last time you dealt with armor, you spoke to the Phantom armor. Was his
Oh.
Gilbert. It's like some like relatively normal name.
It was like Brian. Edwin.
Todd.
Dude.
It was Timothy.
Timothy.
Yeah.
Timothy.
All right.
Tin Man Tim.
When I have time, I will talk with Timothy. Timmy. They killed Timmy.
Okay. Well, I mean, like I said, you guys got there at midnight. Timothy doesn't sleep.
I go looking for Timothy.
Okay. He's standing near one of the. You actually passed him on your way in. Since he doesn't sleep, he's usually doing the night shift guard at the entrance to the Fulcrum's Lair.
All right. I say, Timothy, can you show me to some armor that I might be able to arm my zombies? Looking for some leather armor, maybe.
He does that standard, like the helmet just kind of moves in your direction. There's a pause, and then he starts trotting back right to that same room where you sold the armor to him. And it's an armory it's got some weapons, it's got some armor.
Sweet.
He goes in there and picks this big crate up and puts it down on the table, and it's just got a bunch of leather armor in it.
Sweet.
You can't say, you don't know exactly how many sets of leather armor in it. It's just like looks like they just put suits of leather armor in this crate until it was full.
Right. Okay. I ask him, do you need payment?
He takes one of the suits out and puts it next to the crate, and with like the steel finger of his gauntlet,
Yep.
he scrapes against the leather. It doesn't like gouge or anything,
Right.
but when you run against dry leather, you kind of leave a
Right.
and he makes a mark of 15.
All right. So in my time, I bring my zombies over here, find 2 sets of armor that will fit them well. And there's somebody else that I paid, right?
No, you paid him.
Okay. I give him 30 gold.
You sold him the armor.
Okay.
He paid you.
Okay.
So yeah, you assume that he would take payment.
All right. I give him 30 gold. I can't buy armor for my whatever is Darkstalker because of his little spikes, right?
Well, I mean, you could, but then he would lose the benefit of those spikes.
Right. No,
Spiky.
just for the 2 zombies, is fine.
I was thinking about the thing that you did with the knife finger thing. And I figured, there should be a different benefit from that. So you put 3 knives on each hand, is that right?
I put 1 per finger,
Okay.
except the thumb. So 4,
Okay.
just the fingers.
So let's retcon that just a little bit. Say you did 3 knives, more than that would kind of end up.
That's fine.
3 knives per hand.
That pinky was too small.
Right. So now instead of, what is it, like 1d6 claw damage,
Yeah.
they're going to do 3d4 for each 3 of the daggers, basically.
Right.
And do 3d4 plus whatever the strength damage is. But they don't individually get strength damage. They just.
Right. Overall.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Cool. Thanks.
Is there anything else we want to do at the fulcrum, or do we want to go on to recon time?
Recon.
Recon. Okay. So after we've bought all our scrolls and potions, I'm gonna go to Katsu and I'm gonna ask if he would be comfortable with us using his book of poetry as collateral to infiltrate the Thieves Guild.
Yeah, he offered it up.
Cool. I take that into my possession, put it in my little handy haversack, and I'm gonna go find Dern. I'm gonna ask him if he's ready to go pose as potential clients.
Okay, so this is the next day?
Yeah, after we bought the potions and such in the morning.
Okay. Is there anything you want Squawk to do?
Yeah, Squawk, his job is to follow the halfling keymaster dude. So I would tell Squawk to take a high vantage point, see if he can see where he's walking in from on his way into work. And more importantly, follow him home discreetly after work to see where he lives.
And I believe Wendy was on that task as well.
Yes, I think that's correct.
I just want to
Yeah, you were. Which during the bulk of like the daytime when this guy's in the building and you and Squawk don't have anything to do, that is a really good time for us to look at guard stations in the screw area.
Okay.
Mudlark, we're going in, right? You and I.
Our plan is to walk in, yeah.
All right. If I have the chance to, I'm going to try doing a locate object shortly before we go in. So if you can, you do the talking, and I'll just be I need to focus to look and to hopefully not look like I'm using magic.
Okay, so you're gonna cast it before we like are within sight of it, and then while we're in there, it'll just be happening.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll probably try and do it like around the corner from it or something. I don't know.
Okay.
It only
Well, yeah.
lasts.
So let's say this: I'm gonna go there maybe like 5 minutes before you, and I'm gonna wait outside like I'm waiting to meet you there. Like we made plans to meet there. So
Sounds
you'll
good.
do that, and then we'll tag up.
Sounds good.
You did ask the Fulcrum for that a similar mental image of
Yeah.
the book. They don't have one.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh.
Can you even do that then?
What it looks like.
You
know the title. They know who wrote it, and they know that the Arison Security and Protections Guild isn't currently in possession of it. But they do not have a visual image that they can share with you. And that is going to make locate object extremely difficult.
Right. Yeah, the percentage goes way, way down. I think you need a pretty good idea of what it looks like.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that because it is a unique item, it would just be. You think there's a chance that it would work, knowing what you know about it without the clear visual, clear mental image.
Are you looking at the percentage?
It says you cannot specify a unique item unless you have observed that particular item first.
Okay.
So.
Yes, that won't work.
Yeah, so we're gonna. I mean, hopefully, Scott, you and I's plan, I think, is to go in there, talk up. We got this item. It's special. It's a book.
Mm-hmm.
Can we see your facilities? What are your security? And
Right.
they're not going to tell us everything, but they're going to be like, look at this. This is how fucking secure we are.
Yep.
Hopefully.
No, it's still good to go in there.
Okay. I'm ready to go whenever you are.
I'm ready.
Okay.
So we're gonna head out. And I assume the rest of you guys are gonna do your sewer recon stuff.
Does anybody have?
I mean, go do the thing you're doing. We'll talk sewer recon after you've talked topside recon.
Oh, dope.
Wow. Does anybody have extraordinarily good engineering?
I have knowledge engineering. Yeah,
Right.
and Dan, before we get close to it, I am gonna cast my investigative mind, like we talked about last week.
Okay.
There we go. Cool.
Over here, you just see some townsguard patrolling. There's a smattering of townsfolk also in the vicinity. I'm assuming that you're doing this that the place doesn't open until say around. $9 a.m. Okay. Okay. You get there.
Ooh, cool.
You do you knock? Do you just try to walk in?
Oh, I definitely don't just walk in. Yeah, I knock. Yeah, I just knock and see who answers.
The door opens up, and there's an older human man standing there. He's got a little bit of a hunch to his shoulders. He's wearing clean but probably well worn and slightly faded sort of long tunic. Simple. You can see that he's got a little bit of an ink stain in the corner of his mouth. Probably in his mid to late 60s. His hairline starts somewhere back here. It's white and kind of stringy, but he does look pretty sharp. Looks well within his faculties. And he answers the door. He says, "Yes, how can I help you?"
Good morning, sir. We are here because we hear you are the people to keep items safe, and we have something of value to deposit. Could we step inside to discuss any potential business between us?
Absolutely. We are always welcoming new customers. Excellent. And he opens the door and lets you in.
Look at that fog of war shit.
I don't have a bunch of little scribe minis, so empty stones there for scribes. And you do recognize, or at least recognize the description of this halfling man with light gray hair, wearing a sort of embroidered business vest with a pocket watch chain going from one side to the other. He's got, some bifocal spectacles on his nose. And otherwise, looking around the room, there's a couple of other scribes in here that have the similar, like ink stains on their mouth, ink stains on their fingers. They're all wearing not so much a uniform, but standard scribe sort of outfit for work. There's a woman who looks even older than the man who opened the door for you guys. And let's see. Who else is in there right now? There's a half-orc who looks fucking ancient for a half-orc. Wait, is he in there? No, he's not. Yeah, old lady, a half-elf who looks, sort of MILF territory, a young human, all wearing scribe attire. They're sitting at desks, working at tables, poring over ledgers and keeping track of numbers. You would not peg this place as a thieves guild.
Yeah. So I'm gonna, after seeing that, I'm gonna turn to the man who let us in, and I'm gonna point at him and say, "Now, excuse me, Mr." I pause.
To the man who let you in?
Yeah.
Oh, Harrison Werner. You can call me Harrison. But I think the person you're going to want to speak with is Mr. Cornell over there.
And who does he point to? Cool. Cornell. Cool. I thank Mr. Harrison, shake his hand, and I approach the halfling with Dern and I say, are you the person I talked to about doing business here?
The halfling looks up at you, and he's got a little bit of a sort of a fidgety mannerism to him.
Uh-huh.
Like he's a bit on edge, like he's a bit concerned, and you get this impression that, you know, him looking up at you, he's you almost get the impression that just the act of looking up at the two of you is a little, you know, shocking to him. Like,
Can we do a sense motive to see if he somehow recognizes us?
Sure.
That's a good call.
What happened?
Scott, I don't know.
I'm here.
Looks like someone tried to kind of join for a
Yeah, it
second.
looked like someone tried to join and then it jumbled.
Hackers.
Okay,
Change
so
the screen now.
It's Chinese.
the general impression that you get is just that he's a little off put by strangers who are taller than he is.
Okay, he's got a height problem. We'll fix that later. We're going to introduce you to some real short people.
So did you ask him a question?
Yeah, I asked him if he was the person I should talk to about doing business.
Yes, I'm the proprietor of this establishment. Yes.
Okay, and the guy previously said Mr. Cornell, so I'm going to stick out and say, I hear you, Mr. Cornell. I'm Mr. Puahatanga. Nice to meet you. And I reach out to shake his little hand.
Okay. He reaches out his hand and says, Cornell Swiftmark, yes.
He's at a table. May we sit?
He's actually standing looking at two of the scribes working at a table, but he's standing there in the center of the room.
Okay, I do a kind of a cursory little look around and I'm like, do you mind if I prefer to speak business in private. This is my associate here. And Scott, I'm going to give you the opportunity to introduce yourself.
Yes, I just say Mr. Muffalot, and I don't try and shake his hand. I just kind of nod.
Sure. He's my associate here. Is there somewhere more private where we could discuss our business? I know you're known for
Make a bluff check.
a what check?
Dern, make a bluff check.
Oh hell!
You just lied to him. You were trying to pass yourself off as someone you were not.
8.
Okay. So he nods to you and says, Muffalot?
Muffalot.
Yes, Mr. Mufflet. Is there somewhere where we could speak in private?
And he gestures towards the door over here.
Aha.
Wait. I'm on the wrong
We're
one.
getting deeper, Scott. We're doing it.
Where'd you point? Okay.
All right. So he walks you all into a back room. You see that there is another door that leads out from this room, presumably to the back of the building.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a table in the corner that is filled with all manner of papers and different things. And he up on a little box and then hops onto the chair in front of that table. And he says, this is as private as it gets. And you do notice that when you walked through that door into this room,
Yeah.
and also when you walked through the front door, the door jamb was amazingly precise. Like, you think it would be hard to slide a piece of paper. And the same thing goes for the door that you just passed through. You also notice that it was rather thick. And judging from the lack of heavy reinforcement, as far as like metal reinforcement on these doors, you think it's more of a sound muffling thing than it is a barricade sort of thing. But you do get the impression from being in this room that this is a safe place to do business and have a discussion.
Okay. I'm gonna open up business discussion with this guy. I'm gonna say, "Now, Mr. Cornell, I have an item that I would like to deposit at a place where it is very secure. Its value is, largely monetary, but it also has a broader significance that cannot be quantified by coin. Now, I heard that the Thieves Guild, where we are here now, is the best place for such an item to be kept safe.
Thieves Guild? This is not a Thieves Guild, sir.
Whatever, it's the Addison Security, yada yada yada.
To be sure that you understand that we are an up and up establishment, and we provide a valuable service.
And that is the service that has spoken so highly of and has brought me here today. And I don't mean to step on your tailcoat here, but this looks like a rather small mom and pop operation. I don't know if I could trust an item of this value being kept here. Is there something I'm missing about how you secure things?
Well, what item are you planning to store?
All I would like to say is that it's a book that, again, has a good amount of monetary value, but its value is hard to calculate in terms of coin.
Well, I will have to, before I can even suggest that you could store it here, I do have to examine it. There are people in this city who would have designs on somehow infiltrating or gaining access. And there are items that could be used in such a fashion. We will not store anything here or even entertain the idea of doing so.
Is this something you have a problem with often? Should we worry?
We have no problem with it because I examine these things and make sure they are safe before we store them in our secure holdings.
Okay. I'm gonna reach into my handy haversack and I'm gonna take out the book of poems that Katsu gave us, and I'm gonna put it on the table.
So you pull this out, and it's probably about 20 pounds.
Yeah.
It's silver bound. It's silver bound in that the cover is made of solid silver.
Sure.
Binding is made out of solid silver.
Just make a note. I make sure I have an intimate vision of this book in my head.
Okay.
Nice. Yeah.
He reaches out to take it, and you hand it to him, and he immediately, his whole drops several as he gets the weight of something that was far greater than he expected it to be, and he lifts it up, puts it on the table,
Mm-hmm.
and looks it over, and he opens it up, thumbs through the pages. He's not reading. He just wants to make sure that it's just paper. And then he sifts through some of the items on the desk, and he pulls out like a jeweler's eyeglass and takes a look at it. And as he does so, both of you notice that like little runes around a rim of the eyeglass light up.
Mm-hmm.
You can make a spellcraft check if you want.
Yeah, I want to do that. And I'm rolling twice because I have investigative. No, that's not a knowledge. Never mind. Spellcraft 18.
Okay. It's detect magic.
Son of a bitch. All right.
He casts detect magic on it, and he looks at it, and he puts the eyeglass down, looks back to you guys, says, I'm not seeing anything here that would raise suspicion. This is a valuable piece. I would say, what level of security are you looking for?
Yeah, Mudlark transitions from a face of polite boredom to re-engaging the conversation. He says, ideally, I would like this to be where you keep your most valuable books, your most sacred texts, because this book in the right hands has a lot of more value than you would think.
Make a bluff check.
Oh, I'm ready for his bluff. Fuck yeah, dude. Okay.
Ah,
I rolled an 18 plus 7. That's 25.
He nods, and understood. We have our security. It has several levels. I would say that we do store books, and some are stored through more secure methods than others. But it is not so much that we store all in one place.
Yeah.
So I would, to be fair and tell you the nature, it would be more a matter of whether you want this stored at a security of its value, at a higher level of security than that, or if you want the utmost security.
Okay. In a somewhat haughty tone, Mudlark is going to say, I want my most valuable book to be as secured as your most valuable book. I don't need to know the level. I don't need to know any of the specifics. You write a number of the cost of the most valuable book you're currently holding, and I will pay that to have my book at that same level of security, because this book means a great deal to me.
So, utmost security.
Great.
For the size and heft, for this book, it would be 10 gold pieces per month.
Oh yeah, that's no problem. I nod and I mull it over.
Must have high sentimental value for you, as you would exceed the general value of the book in less than 2 years at that price.
Yes. And then there's a pregnant pause after that, but it's never followed up on. I'm gonna mull over the price for a moment, kind of doing a little rocking side to side head thing, and I'm gonna turn to my associate. I'm gonna say, 10 gold pieces a month seems like a pretty good deal. Do you have any concerns? Fair. Seems fair.
Seems fair.
I do want to remind you guys, to remember the value of these things. A gold piece is about $100. So 10 gold pieces a month would be, you're spending $1,000 to store a book.
Yeah.
Just so you are aware, I know that for you guys have a pot of money, and you're not planning on paying that fee for 2 years. Just so that I don't want you to say, "Oh, it's nothing."
Yeah.
It obviously in the realm of this world is not nothing.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn back to Cornell, and we are amenable to this. 10 gold pieces a month seems fair. I would be comfortable giving you just the payment for the first month and seeing how this partnership goes. However, my confidence about the utmost level of security.
Due to the nature of the protection we provide, we are allowed to give a small example of the manner of security, but only to those who are our customers. If you are willing to pay that 1-year fee up front, then I would be happy to show you. But it would be cheap to some to come in and say, get the lay of the land in our establishment. If we allowed that for only the cost of 1 month. You understand what I'm trying to say?
I understand, and that's the first step in building my confidence in this organization, is how carefully you evaluated that query. I'm going to reach into my coin purse and pull out 120 gold pieces. How much is a platinum to gold? Is it 10?
10, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to pull out 12 platinums and hand him 12 platinums.
Just out of curiosity, how are you guys dressed?
I'm dressed in my finest attire. Mudlark is always a little bit garish. This is more it's the same velvety overcoats and whatnot, but more muted colors.
All right. And this is your sleeves?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And Dern?
Just mainly a black cloak and clothes. They're not super fancy, but they're clean and neat.
Okay. Just wanted to be sure.
Yeah.
Wasn't stomping in there in his human suit.
No. I had that thought going in the street because I was like, there's a small chance someone might recognize me because I'm not in that suit.
Okay. He takes are you giving him 120 gold or 12 platinum? Or
12 platinum.
Platinum. He takes that and he counts it really quickly.
Sure.
Puts it in his pouch and says, for this tome, which carries such sentimental value to you, chair onto a little step off of that,
Mm-hmm.
kind of walks past you to the crate in the corner of the room,
Mm-hmm.
and he raps on it. And you see the crate pops open, unfolds in a sort of magical fashion. It's not as mechanical as it looks to be. Things, the dimensions of it change. To a layman, you would think it's mechanical, but you guys have seen enough magic. I'm not even going to ask you for perception checks. Actually, I am going to ask you for perception checks.
I rolled an 18, and my perception is, well, now I can use my perform, so that's 24. No, I can't use that in perception.
Okay.
Yeah, 23.
23?
Perception or spellcraft for me?
You can do both.
Perception, I've got 23, and spellcraft I rolled separately. I got an 18. Crap, that's crappy.
Okay. All right. So, your spellcraft, you recognize this to be illusion magic.
Okay.
High, fairly powerful. Maybe a bit beyond your current capability. But interestingly enough, permanent. And as this whole unfolding and reforming goes, it turns into a square landing and a spiral staircase that leads downstairs.
Fucking knew it.
Nice.
Yeah. Cool. So is he going down and we're following him?
He turns back and says, I'm sorry, if you'll take the book, it's a little large for me.
I nod understandingly and I take it and I put it back in my haversack.
And please follow me. And
Sweet.
he starts going down the stairs. You guys start going down these stairs, and it is pretty obvious that this goes below the sewers.
Haha.
You go down probably what feels like 2 or 3 stories, and when it comes to a final landing, there's a small room, and in that room from that room there is a corridor that just leads off into the darkness. Heading. Give me survival checks.
16.
21.
All right. Yeah, Dern, you're fairly certain, kind of keeping orientation as you went down that spiral staircase, that this corridor heads north.
All right.
Cool.
So
Is that towards the river
That would be towards the coast, I think.
or the coast?
Towards the coast.
Okay.
I mean, but you're still like, the screw is like third of a mile.
Yeah. I just orientation wise. Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, you're fairly certain. Mudlark, you're pretty sure it's somewhere in the vicinity of northwest to northeast. You don't have, you're not definitively.
Yeah.
But he gets down there and he calls out down this corridor, "Hello!" And you hear, "Hello, hello, hello." And give me a perception check.
Oof. Garbage. 8.
22.
22. You get Mudlark, you just hear the echo, and you're like, "Oh, cool echo."
The acoustics down here are amazing.
Dern, you hear, this echo go on, and you're like, oh, that's actually seems like it's pretty far.
Right.
And then you hear just the faintest sound of like noise down there, like maybe a shoe scuffing on a floor or a rat scratching across the stone walkway or something like that.
Right.
Yeah, it's just like a short scratching noise that seems distant and ends as quickly as you notice it.
Okay.
Watching noise.
So he takes you down this corridor, and after about 150 feet, it's a very narrow, maybe a little bit wider than 5 feet. It's a very, what do you call it? Single file progression.
Yeah.
It comes to a very broad Y, not almost a T, but there's a slight angle to it. And he looks down each corridor and he does a little bit of mental calculation or something. You just see he pauses and puts his finger up in the air. Dern, you don't see any of this because this is pitch black in here. There is no light.
Okay.
Lark, you do have dark vision, right?
Yep.
And surprisingly enough, this halfling seems to have no problem down here whatsoever.
Fascinating. Okay.
If I was walking into darkness, I would ask him if it was okay if I lit my way.
he turns back and says, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't even think. Please go ahead."
Okay. Just I cantrip light in my hand.
You light. It's gray stone walls, gray stone floor, slightly arched ceiling, very narrow corridor, and you know, Mudlark, you saw him do this little like, where am I going? And he says, "It's this way," and he gestures towards the left.
Can I knowledge engineering just as we're walking, if anything?
Yeah, Dan, I'm doing my knowledge checks throughout.
Okay.
Or perception or whatever you want us to.
I'm gonna
want to make.
I'm gonna use knowledge engineering. Sounds like a good one.
Okay.
Yeah. So 16 plus 21.
21. Okay. It's very functional. Looks sturdy. It's odd. Like you wouldn't imagine that, this narrow tunnel would have any normal functionality, except in the process of doing what you're doing, you can understand the purpose of it. But, you feel like this is a fairly unique sort of structure.
I ask him how old this structure is as we're walking.
He turns and looks over his shoulder and says, it's been here since I've been part of the Securities and Protections Guild. We don't often give tours, so
Okay.
there we go. So yeah, this looks like it. Yeah, there's a room. 3 corridors lead off from it. One back the way you came. Another one northward. Another one southward.
So one goes north. Sorry, one goes north. One goes south. That was the one we just came in, and then there's
3 corridors out of this room.
Okay.
The one you came in, and then I'm gonna go with Dern for this one because you did not have the best sense of direction. But Dern, you're fairly certain that one of these corridors goes north and one of them goes south.
Okay.
He comes to that room and looks around and turns to the left and proceeds down the south corridor. As you go down that hall, maybe 50, 60 feet down that corridor, all these corridors are narrow.
Mm-hmm.
There is a passage on the right that he just walks right past.
I want when we come to one of these places where he's making his choice, excuse me, of which way he's going, I just want to get a good look at him. If he's looking at some kind of symbol, if there's something in his head he's doing, or.
Okay, give me a sense motive check.
Just lost my dice. Where'd it go? That is a big fat 6, so 8.
Okay. You get the impression he's just trying to remember.
Okay.
There you go. He's not, his eyes lose focus, and you see that sort of like looking kind of upwards.
Yeah.
So yeah, but you go down the south tunnel, You pass a corridor leading off to the right, and he doesn't even pay it any attention. He just keeps on going. And then another maybe 20 or 30 feet from there, there's another passage that leads to the right. And you get to that passage, and you can see about 30 feet from there, there is another small alcove with a spiral staircase that goes up.
So none of this was lit on its own, right?
Nope.
Okay.
So he gestures, and you guys, go down this, and then he starts going up this spiral staircase, which after 20 or 30 seconds of that, you realize this is going back up to street level.
Mm-hmm.
And he gets to a hatch, lifts it open, and you walk into a room. And in this room, there are crates, and there are shelves, and there are there is one metal safe. And he takes the book and brings it over to a sort of ornate wooden chest with brass fittings and some sort of dark metallic filigree on the brasswork. And out of the same pouch that he put the platinum pieces, you see him pull a ring of keys. And he looks through the ring, takes one of the keys, opens the chest, and then offers his hands out to you for the book.
I reach in my handy haversack, fish around, pull out the book, and I hand it to him in such a way that I'm holding the weight underneath as he gets a grip on it.
So he takes it and he places it inside the chest. You can see that there's some other things in there.
Can we read the spines of any of these books, me or Dern?
No books in there.
Oh, okay. Cool.
You see what looks like some fine silk. There are a couple of nicely designed boxes. One looks like it's maybe about size of a music box, a small music box, and the whole thing is mother of pearl with gold fastenings and bindings to hold it together. Another is, Dern, what obvious to you is a scroll case of some sort in dark wood. And he finds a place to lay the book down inside the chest. Make sure that it's not crushing or damaging anything else in there. Closes the chest, locks it, puts the key ring back in his pouch, and he turns to you and says, do either of you have any sort of magical capabilities?
I had used a cantrip for the light.
Yeah.
Yes, of course. If you'd care to examine the chest.
I do the detect magic.
Give me a caster level check.
What do I do for that?
You can do this too if you like.
What do I do?
Caster level check. Roll d20 plus your caster level. I don't think it involves your spellcasting ability.
That's not good enough.
So it's my level, not the level of the spell.
Yeah, let me just. Yeah, it's just d20 plus your caster level.
All right. Rolled a 15, so 21.
21. Okay. All right. You do notice an odd sort of magical presence on the. Actually, I'm sorry. Let me retcon this a little bit. He leaves the key in the lock, and he asks you this, and you detect magic on it. And you, with the key in the lock, you see that there is an abjuration enchantment on the box.
Okay.
Make a spellcraft check.
Rolled an 18 and I've got 15, so it's like 33.
Okay. It is a non-detection spell. And when he takes the key out of the lock, you feel the what you call it, the aura like winks out, and you focus on your detect magic and get to, you like force it, and you can still barely see this aura.
Right.
All the effect of non-detection is protecting the box against any sort of divination magic.
Okay. Can I roll for geography just to Mudlark knows the paces he's taken in here. He had a vague sense of the direction we came in. Can I roll for geography to I'm clearly above level to get an idea of I think I'm in this area of the town right now?
It would be more of a survival check to orient yourself. I'll let you do a knowledge geography. It would just be a higher difficulty check.
Okay, I'll take that. 2 die, investigate mine. Okay. 24.
Okay. You're fairly certain you're west of the what you call it, the
Security building.
main building.
Yeah.
But you figure it can't be. You're not sure if it's like 1 road over or 2 roads over.
Okay.
In the orientation of the screw situation.
And this room we're in has no windows.
No, and it doesn't even have a door.
Cool. All right.
Why I had the detect magic up, I try and pull back the look of still having it up, but I kind of want to look around the room while I had it up. I want it to look, if possible, like it is winked out mostly.
Okay. Let's. All right. Make a bluff check. It's not. I'm not. This isn't. You have a lot of bonuses to this because you're just looking around, and you're trying to hide this one aspect of what you're looking around for. And you have to roll a very high sense motive.
And
what was it?
10.
10? Okay. So you're looking around the rest of the room. I'm just gonna bypass the spellcraft checks. You do notice that there's maybe 1 or 2 things in here that have an illusory aura on them, but they look to be clothing, or actually there's sort of a wardrobe with a bunch of outfits hung up on it. And you notice this illusory aura on several of those pieces. You get the impression it's primarily something to make them look more ostentatious and impressive.
Right. Sorry, I wasn't really looking at the items. I meant the room itself and or the door. Kind of the structure, I guess. I want to know if the whole thing has any glow to it. I'm not so much the items that are in there.
As far as the only auras you're getting
Are the items? Okay. Okay.
And that sort of shimmering, barely there. Like every time you look at that chest, you have to like put effort into
Right.
piercing the non-detection on it. But yeah, there's one other like sort of small box sitting on an end table, and you can faintly see a transmutation aura coming from something inside the box.
Right.
That's it.
Phew.
Cool. I don't have any more like things I want to do in here, Scott. What about you?
No, I would say that Dern probably just looks to Mudlark and back to him and says, this seems like a very safe, secure place.
Okay. I nod, like I hear that. I'm trying to convey like the idea that you're a security associate of mine, and I look back at Mr. Cornell and I say, very satisfactory. Thank you for walking us through this.
He says, absolutely, and he gestures back towards the to the stairwell.
Mm-hmm.
Let you guys go down first this time. Closes the hatch, and you get back down into the corridors. He starts leading you back where you came, and tells you, and so that you know,
Mm-hmm.
with the utmost security that you've paid for, your book will be moved to other safe locations on a regular basis.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's not great.
Oh.
He's the only person we've seen down here, correct?
That you've seen.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, okay, I hear that. I nod quietly. Don't say anything. I think, like, as my character, I would have that moment of like, oh fuck, and I wouldn't be able to like.
Back this place, you have no fucking clue.
Yeah, cool. All right, we're gonna go back out. And Dan, can I roll another knowledge geography to like get a better idea of where I was, or is that too much?
What I'll say is, traversing this place twice, you get your knowledge geography from the first time. You get a little bit better of like. I'm just saying you still have the same check, but I'm lowering the DC.
Yeah.
Still not low enough for you to get a better idea.
Okay, cool. I was trying to see like what sewer lines run closest. It's all good. I'm ready to head back.
Where's that? Nothing over. Where did I put it?
This is going to be really, really difficult.
Yeah.
I can't imagine us being able to get this except with somebody leading us right to it.
Yeah, I'm wondering now if we may want to like kidnap this dude. Which
This
is a
is
whole
a
nother
tough
ball of
nut.
wax.
This is
Yeah.
a tough nut.
But good news is we got like a decent layout of the space. At least one
Better
point.
idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
You as I said, you're not sure if you're one road over or two roads over at this point.
Yeah.
But you know that in between those that second road over, there is a sewer line that runs under that.
Okay, cool.
So if you're two roads over, then there should be a sewer line somewhere above you at some point of this trek.
Cool.
Yeah, he takes you back out. You make a left. You get to a 20 by 20 room. You make a right. You get to another corridor. You make a right. You go, and you get to a, and he takes you back up. You come up through the floor back into that back office, and like once all three of you are out, you turn back, and that crate it's a crate.
Cool.
It doesn't even do the funny folding thing. It's just a crate.
Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna shake his hand, thank him for his time. I'm gonna hand him 2 gold pieces, and say, and especially thank you for your courtesy. And as we're heading out, I'm gonna hand Harrison 1 silver piece.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
This is a professional and high level service. Tipping is unnecessary. Your business is thanks enough.
Understood.
I do a little nod bow.
What I did was not gauche.
Um,
Cool.
So he gestures you back out into the front office. You go back out there. The same scribes are sitting at the same desks, working on the same ledgers, same paperwork. And as he comes out, he says, "I'm sorry. Your name again, sir?"
He's talking to me. Mr. Puatanga.
And he turns over to the guy who let you in and says, "Puatanga, this would be serial number 73A54.
That's it.
Put him in rotation, Tiger."
Can I,
Tiger rotation.
as
Okay.
I'm
Starts scribbling down a bunch of stuff. He flips through several pages in a ledger and writes another entry.
Okay.
Can
cool.
I see the writing?
Give me a perception check.
That could be. That's a good detail. That's something we should follow up on.
19.
18. You can't. I mean, he's kind of maybe 10 feet across the room in a book that's not situated directly facing you. So you can see that he is writing it 2 places in this book. One of them seems to be on a page that already has both entries above and below. And then the second one, what languages do you know?
Common, Elven, Dwarven, Draconic, Celestial, Abyssal.
Damn.
All right. The second one, you note, interestingly enough, the first couple of characters he writes are in Dwarven, and then there's several more characters he writes after that in Abyssal. You can't read it, but you recognize the shapes of the letters.
Yeah.
And, aside from being annoyed at how involved this is, you are pretty impressed with just all together the security level of this establishment. And you're like, man, that is worth 10 gold a month.
Mm-hmm.
Is there, to me, I can't cast detect magic. Does it look like there's any magic going on with the way they're writing in there?
It's
just a ledger.
Yeah, it's
okay.
ink.
Now, I'll tell you my inner thinking is I didn't know if the rotation and all was happening in the scribing that was continually going on. Like if that was how the switching was going on.
Oh, so you're wondering if writing in that ledger actually moves things around?
Right.
That would be more powerful magic than anything you've seen so far.
Right.
And yeah, just from what you've seen so far, yeah, you wouldn't expect that, especially if they had a magic book that powerful, and given all the other security levels that they've brought you through, you don't think that would be in the front room.
Okay.
I think I'm good here, Scott. Do you want to head back to the fulcrum?
I'm good.
Give me one more perception check before you guys leave.
Okay. Oof, garbage.
Same. 11.
Yeah. This one actually wasn't that hard to notice, but 10 is good enough. As you're leaving, you see that there is a lockbox attached to the mail slot.
Sure.
Okay.
Katsu was asking you about, the possibility of putting his hands
Oh.
in that and having it. But
Yeah.
from what it looks like, if he did that, his hand would just be in a box. It doesn't drop into the entire building. It drops into this box. So, yeah, fuck. They're not kidding when they talk about security.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good info. Let's head back and let the other recon groups do their thing.
Agreed.
What? I mean, who should be next?
Wake
It's
up,
y'all's
everybody.
fault.
Wake up.
Assuming that we discussed this, no.
Elliot, are you ready, buddy?
Yeah, you lead the way. I'm your backup. And with that, if I take summon minor monster with me, do I command those monsters or they just appear?
They appear and you command.
I command them. Okay, I'm gonna take summon monster and command.
Are you guys like doing shit right now?
What do you think Summon Minor Monster will do?
You just
Like if we have those things that we run into and they try to take off, I'll just send monkeys after them and chase them down and hold them down. The goblins in the sewers, they try to run away from us.
Elliot, talk to me. Elliot, talk to me, baby.
Oh no.
Gilda.
You can summon like capuchin monkeys.
Oh, it's not like
This is-
chimpanzees or anything.
No.
Okay.
Minor monsters.
Well, like hold on to them for I can get there and cut them in half. I don't know. All right.
Yeah, it would be
Just command
it would be
and-
like a piggyback ride.
Before y'all start cutting people in half, I would like to go follow the halfling. So if
Yeah.
you're not going to do anything crazy,
We're gonna do.
Sure. It's just in case we
Okay.
run into something and we need to, like,
y'all aren't doing anything crazy.
I wouldn't call it crazy.
You understood the scope of that spell.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, a goblin is like human size.
3.5 feet tall, probably around.
So if you roll 3
30, 40
monkeys and they're
pounds.
all hanging on to them.
Elliot,
You know what a capuchin monkey is, right?
Yeah.
They're like
okay.
8-9 pounds.
Okay.
It might scratch him really bad, and that would be uncomfortable. But it's not something that's going to wrestle a guy.
Okay. All right. Command and murderous command. That's what I'll take.
What the fuck are y'all talking about?
Nothing.
Oh. Reconnaissance.
Okay.
Back up. I'll just follow you.
Just
You know
okay.
the plan.
Okay, yeah, don't kill anybody.
Elliot, well, I don't. No promises, because
Yeah, no promises.
have you seen this guy? He's made out of bones. He's already dead. Too late.
Fair.
Okay.
I roll for
Elliot,
guys just to show off. Go ahead.
so we're at the fulcrums. We're at the bar. We're at the tipsy scales. We're a little tipsy. But not that much. We've just been drinking our morning beer. It's very weak. Elliot, so like you're undead. You're dead. You're not alive. You're like so you're a skeleton kind of a zombie guy. I noticed you used to look pretty fucked up and haggard, and then did you like change your skin cream, or you looked a little better the last time I saw you, but like you're dead. Like your organs don't function. You're just right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's great. So we're gonna get down in that sewer underneath the screw, but first we're gonna need to get some ponchos and some sacks and go to the butcher shop. Okay?
Yeah.
Are you tight? So let's go get some ponchos and sacks and rancid meat. Want to?
It's like the beginning of the Keenan and Kel episode.
That was good.
Orange soda, baby. Let's do it.
Here we go again.
Uh-huh.
So I need to roll for disguise, I guess.
Welcome to Bad Burger, home of the rancid meat. Can I take your sack?
All right.
All right, there we go.
So I'm assuming that Gilva, you are Daryl Hammonding it.
I'm Hammond.
There's a documentary about him. Apparently he suffered a lot in his life.
I watched the documentary, and this is why I selected Daryl Hammond as my visage de guerre, because he says in it he's so good at impersonating people because he looks like no one. Like that's what his makeup artist said. He's like, you look like the opposite of memorable.
It's really too bad that someone said that to him, but yeah.
But that's why he's so good. That's why he can be, like all of these. He can be Dick Cheney one week and fucking,
I feel like I have that going on. I look very average.
just blending in the crowd, not making the opposite of a giant bear person. Like that's.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like Dan, you vacillate. I think because sometimes you're rocking the beard and then you're like, oh, who's that guy?
Yeah, but like right now, when it lists the general, like short beard, short hair.
Ball cap like this with nothing on it.
I don't look particularly, I don't have long hair. I don't have a bald, I'm not particularly balding. I don't have a crazy beard, no crazy haircut. I just kind of blend.
You look like a man.
Looking like a man.
Oh, that's Mad TV, not Saturday Night Live. Okay, so we're getting sacks. We're each gonna get 2 sacks.
Okay.
And we're each gonna get 1 poncho. So just fabric in various forms. We're gonna get 2 lengths of rope, in enough to tie 2 sacks together. And
So very specific.
And we're going to go to the butcher's shop. So it's morning, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool. That's great because that'll work either way. Where's the butcher shop?
There are several. Do you want to try to hit one that's in the screw, or do you want to hit one that's closer to the, the tipsy scales, or what?
What's the lower end? What's like the not great? What's the cut rate butcher shop? Like, what's in that sausage?
The cut rate, the cheapest one you could think of would be over near where Hellet's Crypt is.
Well, that's perfect.
How fitting.
But I guess we're at the tipsy scales. We can circumnavigate.
So yeah, from the tipsy scales, that would be heading east. And then the screw is southwest from the tipsy scales. So you'd be going in opposite directions.
It could just be an average butcher shop. It doesn't have to be the super awful one.
The tipsy scales is like kind of back in an alley.
Mm-hmm.
In what would otherwise be sort of it's close to the theater district, so it's in a nicer area of town, but still, like, the theater district is also where all the brothels are, really.
Gotcha.
It's kind of that weird middle, like the red light district. This is a place where a lot of the people have money. It's also where you can get the drugs and the illicit services.
They're slumming it. They're like, yeah, we've got money so we can buy shit that is illegal in the shitty district.
So yeah, there's a butcher here that sells shittier meat for higher prices than its value.
Okay, well, it's gonna be, the shittier the better. So we're going to the shitty butcher shop. That's where we're headed.
It's not great meat. It's just
but this is like the rip-off butcher shop, though.
Yeah.
It's like shitty meat and it's a rip-off. Cool. So
it's just not the best meat. It's it's not going to make anybody sick, but it's not A1 level meat.
But it's lower quality, sold at rip-off prices.
Yeah.
This is perfect. Okay, so we're headed to that butcher shop with our ponchos and our sacks and our rope. Helmet, come on, let's go. You pull that hood up on that poncho, you ghoulish ghoul. I got a sack full of silver. I got a pocket full of dreams. So we're headed to the butcher shop. It's in the morning, right? Like night has already happened. They're just opening for business, sort of a thing.
Yeah, like they're opening their doors. They've probably been in there a little bit, prepping some of the meat, but yeah, they're just opening for business.
Great.
I'll say it's cover my eyes. This is too much.
Yeah, you've got your hood up on the cloak, right?
Oh yeah.
Make it.
30, 31.
You look surprisingly lifelike.
Just imagine if I used my spell with it.
I've got my, I'm just looking like Gerald Hammond wearing a poncho. Got my sacks slung up with my rope. And we go into the butcher shop. And I say, hey, I'd like to purchase your worst meat.
So you walk in and there is a shorter woman with a stocky, hardworking physical build. She's got dirty blonde hair, human. She's got an apron that's covered in blood already. Her sleeves are rolled up. She's got a big cleaver in her hand. Looks like she's, prepping some rib cuts or something. And she looks up and she's like, like that positive, like, oh, welcome to my shop. And then you say that, she goes,
Well, was there anything you couldn't sell yesterday or even last week? I'm not picky.
Roll a bluff check.
For what?
It says a dog. It's for a dog.
I didn't say it was for a dog.
So, I would just say what you're going to say, and then I'll let you know whether or not you need to roll a bluff check on it.
All right, it's for a dog.
All right. She looks at you, and obviously Gilva, for the most part, is far more animated and talkative. So she's mostly paying attention to Gilva.
I mean, even if you have a dumpster around back, that's all right.
She looks you up and down a second and says, well, if I just pointed out where we throw it, then I couldn't sell it to you.
Oh, I'm willing to pay. I've got coppers and silvers. I'm just looking for, the stinkier the better.
She leans across the counter for a second, eyeing you up and down, and basically, like, I don't care what you do with it. 2 silver.
I hand her 2 silver.
All right. We haven't emptied it out yet. They should come in like 2 or 3 hours to do that. But you'll see there's a big metal bin out back. Take everything you want.
Hey, thanks, ma'am. That sure is swell. We'll see you later. And, hey, come on. Elmery. Come on, let's go get this meat. Let's getting smarter, man. Let's go get this meat.
You go around, there's an alley, and you can see that there's like a 15-year-old boy out there, and he's just like dumping bones and viscera and stuff into this large, looks like maybe tin, or might be some sort of it looks like tin or steel, but you're fairly certain that they didn't spring for steel for this. So this big tin bin's got some rust on it, and it smells horrific. Flies buzzing all over the place, but it's just filled with like, you know, viscera, bones. There's like skulls or like heads with the eyeballs, and you know, lots of random bits still attached, stuff that you can't sell. And yeah.
Hey kid, we're here for your gross meat. The bloody lady inside said we could have it for 2 silver, so we're just gonna load up our sacks, all right, pal? Here, dump that bucket into this. And I hold out a sack.
He looks at you for a second and looks back, like the door back into the butcher is kind of propped open, and you hear the woman call out, "Whatever they, let them have it. They paid." And he just kind of shrugs and dumps the bucket into your sack. And now that his bucket is empty, he goes back inside the building, just kind of looking over his shoulder at you guys, but let you do your thing.
All right, we fill up 4 sacks of meat, each sack capable of carrying 60 pounds of meat.
I'm gonna say that there's probably around 150 pounds of stuff.
Okay.
Very little of it is meat.
But it's disgusting.
Yeah, it's bones and organs and
Organs are meat.
And no, they're not.
Organ meat. Or sweetbreads, they call them in some yeah.
There's a lot of intestine and
yeah.
you know, lungs and
oh yeah, baby.
and kidneys,
various states of decay, a lot of organs.
Liquors, you know, yeah.
So,
no liquors, those usually get sold. There's a couple of
hearts. Helmet, you're good at carrying stuff. Are you good at carrying stuff? I'm really good at carrying stuff. Are you good at carrying stuff?
Yeah, I carry stuff.
Oh, good, cool. So we distribute 150 pounds of meat between 4 sacks. And we tie the sacks up and we sling the rope around our neck under our ponchos. So we look like we've got big pot bellies under our ponchos. And they're filled with rancid meat.
Yes, they certainly are.
Yes, they are. Hellet, let's get down in that sewer, baby. Come on, let's head to the sewer. And we, you know, it's still morning, right? The streets are just coming alive. Nobody has really had their coffee yet.
You know, the butcher doesn't open until, you know, around 9 o'clock for customers. So it's not the busiest part of the day.
But we were like first call. Like they were just hanging the shingle out front.
Yeah. So it's about, I mean, you are in a sort of lull part of the morning. Most people have already gone to work. It's still, you know, it's daytime, and you know, people are out and about doing their thing.
And we
with an average bystander perception check of 5, no one's really paying attention to the ponchos dripping with rancid meat.
All right, we head to the sewer entrance so we're coming from the north to the south, correct, from our location?
You are heading southeast or southwest, I'm sorry.
So yeah, we're like heading south. The screw is south of us.
South of the Tipsy Scales, yes.
South of the Tipsy Scales.
You're taking to get into the screw, you're taking this tunnel as it extends further off.
Excellent. That's perfect. So we're coming in. We make it to a sewer location outside of the screw, a sewer entrance location outside of the screw. We get down in the sewer.
Well, I assume you're doing that near where you started.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like close to the butcher shop.
And you start proceeding towards the screw from there. as you're going through, you do hear down a tunnel the sound of like this raspy singing. As you can hear like a goblin crew working kind of down, and you're not going to pass by them, you're not going to pass through them, but you can hear them. But yeah, during the day, it's fairly common that there's some crew working somewhere that you might pass when you're traversing this much of the city.
Mm-hmm.
But when you get to the screw, you're probably going to run into somebody.
Cool, yeah. So we are approaching the screw, and we're like, as the camera is on the map, we're approaching from the top right-hand corner. Right there, exactly.
Yep.
Okay, so we hit the screw, and we hit that first junction of where that diagonal crossing that line, the first vertical line.
Okay.
Um,
Let me figure out where the people are. All right.
Mhm.
So yeah, you come in up here and you
Yeah.
say you're going to this place.
Yeah.
Okay. You get there, so far you're not seeing any goblins.
All right. Hellet. I think this is our okay, here's what I want to do. When we hit this place, I say, Hellet, I think we're under the screw. I gotta do a thing. And I'm gonna cast a druid spell that's called Lay of the Land.
All right. Cast Lay of the Land.
How you holding up, Trevor?
What?
How you holding up over there, bud?
Oh, I'm good. I'm out of view of the camera.
Yeah, I haven't seen you.
I know. I've been quietly researching rules, preparing for my turn to act. What are you doing tomorrow, bud?
Nothing, dude.
You want to get drunk with Francesca and I?
I do. I'm really, really low, but I still have a little bit of the pale ale I made on draft over here.
Well, it's just very exciting. I asked her. She said, well, let's get together.
Wow, dude. Have you moved yet?
No.
Well, whenever you move, let me know. I'm happy to give you the Subaru to help out.
Oh, we're going to jack the Sprinter van, but we might say yes.
So you get learn the geography of the surroundings within a radius of 3 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Grant you an insight bonus to your equal to your caster level. Maximum of +5, so it's +5. On knowledge geography checks and survival checks. And for the duration of the spell, you can make knowledge geography checks regarding the affected area as though you were trained in that skill. Okay. So, what do you want to do?
I want to know exactly where the location as it exists in sort of three-dimensional space of the securities office sort of structure and substructure is in relation to my current location.
Okay, so it gives you geographical location or geographical information.
Yeah.
Let's just make a knowledge geography check.
Well, on the die with a +5.
Yeah.
17.
Plus your intelligence modifier.
Well, I have a +2 because of my headband. Is it that, or is it my modifier?
What's your intelligence score?
With the headband, it's 10.
With the headband, it's 10.
Without the headband, it's 8.
Right. So you get a 0. Like you don't get +2 for having +2 intelligence. It's the modifier that matters.
Yeah.
That was worth a try.
I don't know how headbands work. Gilva doesn't know how headbands work.
Okay. So it's a 17 with a 7. All right, you kind of get the sense of this area, and you realize you are in a city. The city is filled with lots of different buildings. A lot of them are made of stone. Some are model and daub. Some of them are wood structures, but those tend to be further out towards the poorer sections of the city. You do get the sense that there are subterranean built tunnel works, like sewers and other underground passages. To the north, you recognize that there is a sea, and to the east, you know that there's a river. As you go further down, you get the sense that there is also an underground river a ways beneath you, and there are some caverns underneath the city as well, but those are fairly deep.
Okay, but they're within that 3-mile
Yes.
sort of sphere that I am capable of having insight into.
But this spell does not convey on you like a sort of scrying ability to locate specific buildings or anything like that. It gives you general geographical information on the area. And from where you're standing with that geography check, you're pretty sure that actually, have you ever been there? I don't think you've ever been there.
I've walked into the screw, but I haven't. I've been like maybe a couple of blocks from it, but wasn't part of the party that went up earlier. I've been like that outer layer. I think that's as close as I went when we were walking around and I was in disguise.
Without like experiential history of passing through the area and like knowing, from walking through this part of the city where that location is, it's maybe south from you right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Reasonable.
You're all confident, and it could be directly south. You might have passed it a little bit. Could still be ahead some ways. I mean, you're fairly certain it's not north of you.
Gotcha. Yeah. Cool. But I know that I'm in the screw. I have a general idea of like the tunnels around me. I have an idea of kind of the buildings that are around, and that there's caverns and water underneath me.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair. Hellet, how you feeling, buddy? You still dead?
Still dead.
Still dead? You still got all that meat?
Meat.
Okay. We're underground, and there's tunnels, and there's water and caverns underneath us. That's good for you to know, because that's where we are. All right. We're going to do the meat idea now to do the thing that I want to do. Okay, so you're sure you're already dead?
Yeah.
Cool.
I think I can't grab.
Okay. Let's unload this fucking meat.
You like pinch some of your skin on your wrist and pull it back, and you're like, now you have this like little floppy bit, so you just rip it off and throw it in the water.
Okay. We unload the meat all over the floor of the like of the tunnel that we're in. Like, and we're at that kind of connection point, right? Like that top left-hand corner where it's like a diagonal tunnel and a vertical tunnel intersecting.
So from here,
Uh-huh.
you say you wanted to do it there or there?
I think that top corner, like the top, that where the diagonal first, yeah, exactly, right where you're at, like right at that junction is where we just unload all this fucking meat all over the ground.
All right. So just so you're aware, I don't know if it matters. The flow of it's a fairly low level of water here, maybe a couple of inches at most. The flow is down this way and down this way.
Yeah, that's great.
And so you start dumping this stuff out, and it's like a couple of pieces of like the intestine and viscera do kind of float along the water, but most of the bones and like the heavier chunks just kind of like plop down and
and like we're like I'm Gilva's like throwing it on the walls, like, you know what I mean, like I'm like it's gonna drip down into the gutter, but I'm like throwing it on, I'm like unload my sack onto the wall basically of rancid stinky ass fucking meat, and it's a good and I'm not being careful, and this hell at a good deal of it slopping onto you. You're getting like sloppy fucking organ gunk on your undead body, which I mean that's what you're made out of, so I didn't think you'd mind that.
It's
you're
like a
covered,
marinade.
you're covered in viscera. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's not hitting that like full on rot. It's like more in that slimy stage. Like this is the stuff from yesterday and this morning that's been sitting outside in a bucket. So it's not like pungently rancid. It's it's that slimy, starting to have a spoiled smell.
Yeah, but it's like stinky.
Definitely not something you want to eat.
No, but it's fragrant. We're not full on like pungent, but it's a fragrant. Yeah.
Limey burp.
Okay. How you feeling, buddy? You don't mind that I spilled this meat all over you, did you? Do you?
I'm fine. I'll rip off another piece of my skin, just assuming like I know what you're doing. I'll throw it in the water too.
Okay. That's great. And you're covered in
Rotten meat.
rotten meat. You're stinking. It's stinking. Okay. I like what I'm hearing. I like what I'm smelling. All right. There's an order in which, and I want to do it right. So I want to cast a spell called Summon Swarm.
Okay.
And I want to summon a swarm of rats.
Can I help with that?
Okay.
Block it up, bro.
Like this. I like where this is going.
Blockage.
All right. So you are aware that if you are in the area, it will attack you.
Okay, but here's the situation.
There's a bunch of meat.
There's a bunch of meat all over the ground. And so this is why I wanted to make sure I'm doing this in the correct order. So I'm summoning a swarm of rats. And I assume there's a swarm beginning to accrete.
All right. So you use your druidic powers, and you're just trying to pull from the earth this this conjuration of these festering rats. And as you sort of will these creatures to appear, it comes up sort of like a tar-like ooze from between these stones in the along the sewer walls, in between the chunks of meat, and you just see these black goose rise up and slowly take the shape of several dozen rats, who begin to climb over the meat and across each other, and just sort of swarm in that vicinity, moving around the rotten meat and
So,
taking bits of it off, and just kind of.
so this is a swarm of magical rats.
Yes. This will last for as long as you keep concentrating on it, plus 2 rounds after you give up.
So just concentrating on rats.
Yep.
All right. This
Like,
is
you have to allow some of your thought process to be like, it's like driving. Like,
This is actually, I did it in the right order. Cool. Because the only thing on my mind right now is rats. Because I wild shape into a rat. All I'm thinking about is fucking rats.
Okay.
Oh god.
So I wild shape into a rat. And I crawl up onto Hellet's shoulder, and he's just covered in fucking meat.
Mm-hmm.
Just dirty fucking meat, and I'm on him, and there's rats fucking everywhere. It's just giant swarm of rats around an undead thing covered in rancid meat. And I assume the presence of rats, magical rats, and meat is possibly attracting some of the native rats of the sewer. Is that unreasonable to assume at this point?
I wouldn't think so.
No, because they're like squeaking and making rat noises of like, I'm excited there's food, and that will be audible to other nearby rats.
I would say you're a druid. Make a wild empathy check.
Ooh, I like what I'm hearing.
Level plus your charisma modifier.
Wait, roll and what is it?
Caster level and charisma modifier.
But don't roll.
No, roll. And
Roll,
then
okay. 13 on the die. Caster level
6.
is 6? No, yeah. And then, wait, what was the other thing?
charisma modifier.
Charisma. 0 charisma modifier.
So 19?
Yeah.
19? Okay. Yeah, so you're standing there on Hellet's shoulder, kind of watching out over this chaos of rats swarming over this meat. And you can see there are slowly, maybe one, let's say like 2 or 3, in a group. After about a minute, and you see like another one. They're not all like charging this way, but they are coming.
There are many rats.
Yeah, at this point, you're thinking it's probably around 30, 40, 50 rats.
30, 40, 50 rats. Some of them are magic rats. Some of them are native rats.
So most of them are the ones that you've summoned.
Most of them are the ones that I've summoned.
But it's, the community is growing.
The community of rats is growing. Okay. What duration of time is good to wait for a large number of rats to get really interested in all this rancid fucking meat and other rats eating it?
Give me a knowledge nature check.
18 on the die.
And that's all you got, right? You don't have any.
Don't have knowledge nature.
Well, you're thinking with the smell, the sound of the rats, the way, the sound and everything carries in here.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe after an hour, maybe two, you'd have a decent chunk of rats here.
There's a lot of rats eating up all these dirty old organs and meat, bones.
After about an hour, there's at least as many local rats as there are your swarm.
Excellent. So would you say there's 100 rats?
Yeah, at this point, about 100.
All right.
100?
About 100.
About 100. And I've just been like rat squeaking into Hellet's like non-ear. And Hellet's made out of decomposing organs, so I assume there's some rats just like gnawing on him because he's also covered in filthy organ slop, right?
For the most part, it seems that the rats are focusing on the somewhat slimy, easily accessible meat over the heavily armored, fully rotted corpse.
That seems reasonable when you put it like that. Okay, so on this, I am a rat. I am vermin. We're surrounded by vermin. I'm gonna cast the 3rd level druid spell, Contagion, and the disease I select is bubonic plague.
Okay.
Although technically it was the
This-
food, not the rat.
This just became epic.
Mm-hmm. In Kyla, it may also be known as Demon's Touch or the Black Death.
Okay.
Cool. So, I've infected a plague of rats with bubonic plague.
So yeah, you cast the contagion spell. In doing so, you lose concentration on the summon swarm.
Okay.
So you cast the spell, and then this sort of sickly green mist sort of issues from the corners of your rat mouth and out of your ear and your nose, and as it moves into the sewer ahead of you, the mist just grows into a bigger and bigger cloud, and it just kind of washes over the swarm of rats. And as it hits that swarm and it just kind of spreads out, you see little less than half of the rats just like melt into this black ichor that just kind of like slides down the rotten meat and into the sewer water, just kind of like dissipates and disappears. So now it's looking like 60, 70 rats.
Okay.
And they might be plagued. It's not easy to tell. They're more carriers than that are actually afflicted by it. But you think you got it.
Okay, this is like ideal. From a contagion standpoint, this was a question in my mind about when to cast what for the most effective, but I think about 70 rats infected with plague is probably going to be good for our ends here.
For your ends, yes.
For our ends.
Absolutely horrible. This is a terrible thing that just happened.
It's an atrocity against nature. It's an atrocity against civilization committed by nature, which is my whole fucking deal. And to seal that deal, I now cast the spell Control Vermin on this giant horde of plague-infected rats that surround us.
Okay.
Did he thought this through?
Yeah, no, I like where this is going.
He hasn't even used his die yet that he earned.
Uh-huh. Like, we're not gonna have to worry about the goblin crews because they're gonna be fucking dead.
I'm going to say the Control Vermin spell is specifically, it's a racially attached spell for Durgar, which are a race of extremely subterranean evil dwarves. So
This I did not know.
I'm going to give you a chance on this.
Okay.
It's not the easily accessible. Everyone knows about this spell. I'm just going to say, go ahead and make a. I was going to say, make a caster level check. Roll d20, add 6.
18.
Yep, it's not so much that you learned this from the Durgar, it's just that you reached out to the filthiest, most disgusting, diseased, and festering concepts of natural magic, as that's kind of your deal. And you've discovered, blessed upon you by the powers of nature, that this is a thing that you could do. So sure, you cast Control Vermin. It's going to last 6 hours.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that this is basically about 2 swarms worth of rats. And you have to designate a number of your allies, which at this point, in your immediate vicinity, is you and Hellet. And you and Hellet can use handle animal or ride checks to influence or control the targeted vermin as if they were animals and had an animal level intelligence.
Sounds great. I'm a rat, and I make rat noises at Hellet. And like make rat claw motions and point with my filthy little rat claw hands down the tunnel. Because I'm sitting on his shoulder and I can't talk because I'm a rat, but I'm doing a very convincing pantomime of like, let's hit these sewers, baby. I use my influence over my plague rat swarm to take off down the sewer. And my intention is that we'll use the next 6 hours to canvas every square fucking inch of this and infect anything we run into, goblin work crews, dwarven, what have you, with bubonic plague through rat bite.
Okay. So I'm just gonna, to roll through this.
Uh-huh.
You're fairly certain that you're going to be able to do this better on your own than with clunky undead over here,
Okay.
especially as a rat yourself. And with your wild shape, which is 1 hour per day, and you are considered a druid of 2 levels higher thanks to your savage long coat.
Mhm.
Yeah, you've got enough. You've got enough time that you could fill out those 6 hours, and you just rat king your way through the sewers, searching out goblin work crews and infecting them with the plague. Give me, give me 6 perception checks, 1 for each hour.
Okay.
As you're trying to do these work crews and lead your swarm to them.
All right. Perception check the first. 3 on the die plus 11 is 14.
Okay. Yeah, you start, traipsing through the sewers. You're a lot slower as a rat, so it's kind of an arduous journey. But you've got your swarm behind you. First hour, you don't luck into any work crews.
Okay. 14 on the die for a total of 25.
Yeah, you do find a work crew. You swarm them. The goblins try to beat off the rats with shovels and the like rakes and stuff that they use. It's very ineffective. They like squash like 2 or 3 rats, but they just get swarmed over. One of them is just like the swarm of rats just like comes over it like a wave, and it's dead. The other 2 get a couple of nips, a couple of bites, and they run off and start scrambling up a ladder to the surface.
Okay. Perception check for the third. 5 on the die. 16 total.
Okay. You do manage, as you continue, you find another work crew. This one has a dwarf with it. Same sort of situation happens. The goblins start to get overwhelmed by these swarms. The dwarf is stomping as best as they can to try to stomp it out. It pulls a like vial off of its belt and chucks it, at the thing, and a burst of flame pops out, and like 10 or 15 of the rats die. But the rest that get singed like go back into the water, put themselves out. You still have quite a lot of rats, and once again the work crew ends up getting chased off. 2 of the goblins seem really badly wounded, but you're pretty sure all of them got bit. So
Roll number 4. 15 on the die.
okay.
26.
Just give me the other. What was it? More.
16 on the die. 7 on the die. One more?
Well, how many is that? Is that 5 or 6?
I think that was 5.
Okay, one more.
18 on the die. Total at 20.
Oh, yeah, you managed to find 2 more work crews as you pass through. Pretty rapidly. You find 2 more work crews, and same thing happens. You kill another goblin. There's another dwarven foreman who, this one doesn't have a vial of alchemist fire, and she just runs. You're a little concerned. You might not have had anybody actually functionally bite her. You think she might have gotten away before the swarm hit her.
But that other dormant foreman got bit the shit up.
And it looks like several of the, almost all of the goblins got bit. 2 of them dead. After the 4th work crew, you and your swarm go all over the place trying to find another one, and it's not so much that you can't find them as it is you think you got them all.
And the ones we didn't get, they're gonna die a slow, agonizing death of plague and spread it to all their goblin families and companions and neighbors.
After the 6 hours have passed, you know, the rats have been following you and kind of like using you as their alphas, as the head of their motion through, and then you at about those 6 hours, you start to see like they just kind of break apart from the swarm and they all head off in different directions into the sewers. And they're still plagued.
They're still plagued. They're plague rats, and they're underneath the city.
That honestly might be the most evil thing that's ever been done in our party's history.
Truly.
Because like,
Gilva's motivation is the destruction of civilization.
it might even kill us. And it's also going to start probably with the goblins, which is going to lead to like exacerbated racial strife within Kyla.
And there you go, Yilva. That's another action die for you.
You just changed the course of history.
Yeah.
Well, you got
Plague.
2 for this session now.
Yeah.
You had one
Evil.
accurate chronological reference in the text messaging, and
Hey!
Yeah,
you
I
got going for an exceptionally character-driven act of evil.
Fucking evil. As we traversed the sewers spreading plague, did I gain any additional sort of cartographical knowledge of the sewers and the relation of the center of the screw? Because I feel like I have that. I don't know exactly where the thing is, the building, but I know it's in the center. Like Gilva has that knowledge, like I stayed away from it, but like moving throughout the entire screw underneath it, and with my knowledge, was my lay of the land, do I have an idea of where the middle is?
Well, you get, Mudlark had explained the orientation of the tunnels, but now you've actually physically moved through just about all of them.
Yeah.
So now it was a little weird. You're not used to observing the world from 2 inches off the ground. So if you were in your normal form, you think you'd have a better grasp of it. But you definitely feel like you wouldn't get lost down here. You have a solid understanding of the orientation of these tunnels.
All right. And I have a perception of the caverns underneath. Do I have a perception of the sub-basement levels because I imagine not a lot of these other buildings have that sort of deep sub basement like the thing does. Do I have that knowledge?
This is the Thieves Guild. And the nearest sewer line is 100 feet away.
Yeah.
There are no sewer lines that pass very close. And you're not getting a sense of other the geography thing, the lay of the land. Let you know that there are subterranean structures that are humanoid built in the vicinity.
Gotcha.
It could be the sewers just as much as it could be the tunnels, just as much as it could be an underground temple to an evil god.
Gotcha.
That's definitely.
All right. I feel good about my mission of reconnoitering the sewers and ridding it of goblin work crews. I head back. I guess I've been on a rat rampage, and
What are you doing for 6 hours?
One is like walking the sewers, like I guess kind of following him and helping him find these crews.
Rear guard.
Like what has happened, but
Okay.
Well, Helen and I, meet back up where we started, top right on the map, kind of where we came in. I assume Gilva form. I'm out of rat shape again. And I cast the first level druid spell, Rite of Bodily Purity, on myself, and if I'm allowed to, on Helen. I'm not sure if I can. I know that because it's like I selected it like as a druid, I can cast it however many, but can I cast it on somebody else?
fuck.
It is personal, so you cannot cast it on somebody else.
Okay.
You also, he's undead. So he is immune to diseases and poisons.
Gotcha.
And since his physiology has come to a stop, drugs would have no effect on him as well. So that spell would do nothing to him.
Okay, that's good. I cast it upon myself to rid myself, prophylaxis Bear Gilva from these vermin plague bits.
Okay. I'm going to say that in your 7 hours of, 6 hours of traversing the sewers with a plague of plagued rats, give me a fortitude save. No, just him.
Just me?
Just you.
16 on the die with 6 fortitude, 22.
All right. So with a fortitude DC of 21, you do not catch the bubonic plague.
Nice. Cool. And
Also, the rite of bodily purity requires 100 gold pieces of incense to be burnt when you cast its spell.
Oh, it does?
Yes, it does.
Can I say I grabbed one of these rats, broke its neck, and put it in my sack?
Sure. Give me do an attack roll or roll plus your base attack bonus plus your dexterity modifier.
Plus what?
Plus your base attack bonus, which is 6, plus your dexterity modifier.
Dexterity 0, so 9.
9.
Try it again.
Small, and you're no. This is
It's not 6 hours. Okay.
No, you're like Frankensteining. This is like. And they're wet, and it's a sewer.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I just want to, plague rat for a pet, Come on.
Plague rat familiar. Ew. I don't have any.
Glad he didn't get one.
Yeah, right. I don't have any incense.
Yeah, no, you would have had to buy it ahead of time.
So I just couldn't cast that spell. I didn't realize that had a cost.
Anyway, so.
I think if you were planning that ahead of time, as it sounded like you would have.
I didn't. Yeah, I had prepared it. in
All right. I mean, if you wanna say that you prepared ahead of time and you bought the incense at the fulcrum.
I didn't realize that. I didn't realize there was a cost associated with it, and I've already rolled my plague save, so I'm good.
Yeah, it's like casting time is 1 hour. So it's like a 1 hour, meditation thing where you're breathing in this 100 gold pieces of incense that you bought. It's like a whole ritual thing.
It's a before spell, not an after spell.
I mean,
Fuck that one up.
but yeah. If you plan on coming back into these sewers later, you might want to do that first.
Uh-huh. Hey, Hellet.
Yeah.
This place is gonna be well. It's not gonna be crawling with anything in a little while here. We should fucking amscray, and go get a meat or something, because my mouth tastes like rat. Let's get the fuck out of here, dude.
No more killing?
Oh, there's gonna be more killing. Don't you fret. But we don't have to do any more.
All right. Okay, so that's it for
Yeah.
the horrid adventures of Hellet and Gilba. All right. Wendy, and Squawk. Is there anything on your agenda?
I think we're gonna follow that little halfling bastard.
Oh, hell yeah.
We're gonna follow him in the morning if they could. Like they're not gonna see him from his house, but they might.
It's really hard to follow him from a place you don't know where he is.
Before Mudlark left, he told Squawk in the morning, keep an eye out for that guy. We don't know where he lives, but let's get an idea of the direction he's coming from.
Okay, so
that's all he said, whether he does that or not. So,
all right, so yeah,
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Their thing. Mudlark and Dern went to the Ariston Guild. Windy and Squawk, what are you doing? It is the same morning that everybody else is doing their shit, and you're now doing your shit. Are you doing it together?
I was thinking yes, because according to the text message, hey, let's do this together. I think we should surveil and try to follow that dude around and see if he's easily kidnappable.
Yeah, for sure. I would like to at least start with the bird looking for him from above. So as far out as we can get, the bird will do a nice wide circle around so he can spot this dude from as far out as possible, hopefully.
Okay, wonderful. So this is in the morning. You're looking for him before he comes to work?
Yeah. And I think I'd like to be on the ground with Windy.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna roll a stealth check.
So where are you situating yourself? Where on the ground are you?
I have to pull up this map here.
Yeah, let's talk. I mean, I wouldn't mind being quite close to the Ariston Guild. Do you see the faint circle or the faint kind of lima bean shaped, perhaps pond?
Yeah, in a nice palazzo.
Yes, it looks like a palazzo.
Sure.
So there, it is green on the god map.
That is a tree.
That's a tree. I'm gonna hang out near that tree with my eyes on, or I would like to, with my eyes on the Ariston Guild.
So from that tree area to the so to the target that's the back door of this facade here.
Yes.
Oh, it is the back door, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that where you want to be?
You have in the past, Squawk.
He's on the front
roof of this building here across the street to watch people
monitoring the front door there.
This building over here.
I will follow your lead because you have the be still your heart. I will follow your lead because you know where to go.
Yeah, so around the front side of this building is where I was monitoring the comings and goings. This guy would show up and hit that front door particularly regular time. And I'd like to be there. How you seem to have a pretty slim figure. How small do you think you can get? Like how good at hiding would you be on top of these rooftops with your slide movements and whatnot?
I just rolled a stealth check of 45.
Well, have I got news for you? Let's hang out right here, adjacent to the rooftop of, excuse me, on the adjacent rooftop to the entrance to this building, and we can observe this halfling as he approaches. Hopefully, I'll get a signal from my other half here flying around as she's talking.
Yeah, so bad.
Cool. I'm into that. I'm down. We will see what we see.
And keeping an eye out for any other suspicious-looking halflings in the area, as we know there's a couple in hiding around here. There's also a couple of workers to be aware of that should be coming in as well. So if they come in before that guy, which they shouldn't, but just to keep in mind.
And just try to memorize faces, that sort of thing, and goings. Cool.
Yeah, that would be really good, especially if we're going to return back to the store.
All right, so Squawk, you can see on the map here. This is the front entrance to the building. This is the roof that you'd posted on before.
Yes.
To watch. So you can see that there's some alleyways here between the buildings. There's some other buildings that perhaps you could. So where? And this goes for Wendy too. Let's see. So that's Squawk, and this is Wendy, and this is. What's the name of the vulture? All right, whatever. And it's a vulture. So.
It's like an echo.
It's a very specific sound. We're attuned to it. So yeah, having that bird, nice wide circles, and I'd like to hang out on that rooftop I'm comfortable with. Can you describe the blue dots I'm seeing?
So those are just people.
Sure.
So there's some, what you call it, just regular commoners walking around. These two over here are town guard. I'm just doing it to say that there's people on the street. There's
awesome. Love it.
If possible, and I don't possess the stealth prowess of my character, but I would like to be, knowing where Squawk is, I would like to be on the opposite building, if it's possible for me to hop up there without being seen.
Yeah, that's possible. Cool. All right. So Squawk, give me a stealth check.
Uh, 29.
Okay. All right. So once again, early in the morning, around 7-ish, you see a little halfling dude coming to work from this direction. He comes to the front door, pulls a ring of keys out of a pouch on his belt, goes through a couple. Both of you give me perception checks.
19.
Oh, I've led. 21.
All right. So yeah, he pulls out a key, puts it in the lock, turns it. Damn. Door unlocks, puts the thing back in his pocket, and he goes inside. Give me a perception check for the bird.
24.
So the bird caught sight of him. Let's see, right about there,
At that little fork.
coming to the thing. So that's as early as you noticed.
Okay.
Coming from just in the vicinity of this three-way connection.
I call the bird to just maintain that aware circle around the entrance there, but at a nice height, as to just be in the ether.
Okay. All right, and you guys are just posting on these roofs for the day?
Yeah. I'm trying to. I don't want. Yeah, I'd like to hang out. Keep an eye on Windy, see if there's any movement over there. Not trying to make too much noise, but communicating.
Where the fuck Windy went?
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, you got up on your roof and you're like out there and you're like, okay, and you look over to the other roof and you thought she was with you today.
Fair.
43 stealth check. 45, whatever.
Yeah, that was pretty effective. So yeah, I'm hanging out there, keeping an eye on at least until the normal workers have all arrived.
Okay. Yep. You see an old man, an old woman, a young man, and a, maybe 30-ish looking half-elf woman.
Yeah.
Though she's probably older because half-elves kind of have more longevity, but like in human terms, in her 30s.
I'd like to kind of bop around, looking for, well, for lack of a better term, kind of plainclothes cops. So maybe like militia or some sort of guard, like that look like just regular townsfolk, but are keeping an eye in a way on this building, but aren't specifically wearing town's guard.
So uniform. If you leave this place where you're stealthing, you're gonna have to roll another stealth check.
That's fine. Can I roll like maybe a couple?
Like leave and go around?
Yeah, can I have like a couple places that I go, maybe 4 or 5 places that I go around the perimeter here?
Okay. Sure.
Cool.
Yeah, go ahead.
Second stealth check is 27.
Okay.
Followed, by a stealth check of 23.
Okay.
Followed by a stealth check of 34.
Okay.
Followed by a stealth check of 27 again.
Okay. That's good. Let's see. All right. And Squawk, you're just staying put and keeping an eye on the place throughout the day?
Once I see everybody arrive, I think I'd probably take off with the bird and come back maybe a couple hours later, do the same kind of reconnaissance towards the front. I'd also like to spend a little bit of time. Well,
you know that if you bring that bird down onto this roof, and halfling flying away on a bird from this roof, at 8 o'clock in the morning when it is daylight, that is not a very stealthy situation.
Not a very stealthy situation indeed.
That is a highly visible thing.
Yeah.
And anybody that cranes their neck up to see this like fucking 14-foot wingspan vulture land on a roof and then take off with a
14 foot. 14 feet, huh?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's a standard vulture, man.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
So how about I'd like to procure some alchemical weapons per se.
Okay.
And would possibly do that at the Fulcrum or another establishment.
Okay, what are you trying to procure?
So relieving myself from the perch, not via feathers, but of my own physicality, as it were. I'd like to make sure that I have a couple more fire flasks.
Okay.
And at least another smoke stick.
Okay, yeah, you can get all that at the fulcrum.
Okay, fantastic. After spending some time at the fulcrum, I'd like to meet up with the vulture in the evening after having placed a offering at the altar that I've been visiting for a couple of days.
Okay. If you want to go there after dark, he's gonna have already left.
Oh, so before going to visit rendezvous with the vulture on the edge of town in the evening, I'd like to visit that like in the afternoon.
Okay, so you go and visit the shrine.
Yeah.
And
I remember perhaps there was a guard and a guard sponsored shrine.
yeah, the shrine to Colson is at Garmin's Guards.
And can I inquire about what their general duties are?
It's a training facility.
Okay.
Or it's basically like if you want to apply to be part of the town guard, or some fashion. It's like this is a place where you can train to get the skills necessary to apply for a job as a caravan guard, as a town guard.
Yeah.
Different things.
Okay, cool. That's good to know.
It is.
Yeah, so then just meeting up with the vulture in the evening and probably hitting up some of that sick street food that I've been smelling.
Okay. So just one thing that I want, because there was the expectation that you would be like trying to follow this guy after he left.
Sure.
Good night. Okay, but he leaves before it gets dark.
Yeah, we should hang out until this guy clocks out.
Sure. Yeah, that would ring true with what my true intentions were, as I have perhaps imbibed a few beverages, perhaps mead in a local pub after the street food.
All right, so you, if I'm clocking this correctly, you get some of these alchemical items at Fulcrum before you leave for the day. You head over to the screw. You climb up onto this roof that has been your surveillance perch before. You have your vulture circling overhead. You catch this guy showing up to work. You watch everybody else show up to work, and then you're going to stay there until everybody leaves.
Right.
Right. Okay. And are you with us?
Me?
Yeah.
Is that what you said? Yes, I am.
Hey,
I can hear you, but
I don't know why my screen is black if it's black.
In the darkness.
All right. Do you?
I mean, there you go.
All right. So, Mudlark and Dern declined to bring your hand with them.
Okay.
What are you doing during? Everybody's taken off and done different things during this day. What is your plan for the day?
Is to let the White Shadow do her recon in the screw, but to see if I can't before I do that. I want to play before I leave the Fulcrum's lair in private, if it's applicable. I would like to play around with shapeshifting, taking the hand off and seeing if I can't get like her not to look like a bird claw crawling along.
Okay. Do a disguise check.
Well, that's not horrible. That's a 10, and then I'll get a plus for the shape shifting probably. So
+5 for the shapeshifting.
get
You
a
don't.
minus for my charisma already.
Sorry.
I did a minus for my charisma already. That's why it's a 10. I just
Okay.
didn't in any of the other bonuses for shape shifting and stuff.
Okay, so you shapeshifted into a mostly human-looking hand. It's got kind of like a scaliness to it, like eczema on the back, as you're trying to shift from the bird claw to a human flesh kind of thing.
I'm not really used to flesh.
And the fingernails are kind of have like sort of a black striation to them. As your Tengu talons kind of don't fully blanch into normal human fingernails. Without close inspection, someone would think it's a human hand.
Cool, and it'll be at night that per usual or whatever that will go out, and yeah, I will use the sewer, since the sewer seems pretty chill or whatever, to get kind of closer, and I will.
Right, so are you doing this in the morning of the day, or are you doing this at night?
No, at night.
Okay, then we'll hold off for a second.
Okay.
All right, so.
But I might go to the Tigling Guild and just try to hawk some stuff if Mudlark tells me where it is.
Okay. Well, Mudlark went. Let me get through Wendy's thing, and then we'll get back to you in a second.
Totally.
So you hop off, start wandering around the town, or wandering around the screw, keeping an eye out. Give me a perception check.
Oh, 13.
13. Okay. You see a decent number of. What are you wearing, by the way?
I am wearing black monk's robes.
Black monk's robes. Okay.
Yeah. I look like a Shaolin monk, except black robes.
Okay. Are you wearing
I'm a tonsure.
Are you wearing your holy symbol? Is that visible?
That is not currently visible because I am not a dum-dum.
Okay. All right. So you're wandering around and looking for plain clothes or lower key looking individuals. And a couple, you do see a decent number of like Townsguard wearing their standard like brushed steel breastplate with the black sash across from shoulder to hip, wandering around. A couple of them kind of clock you a little bit, looking a little shifty.
Yeah.
They follow you like around a corner, but you like duck into an alleyway and lose them pretty easily. But if you're feeling pretty solid in your stealthing abilities, but you're not really picking up on any sort of like anybody who is a plainclothes cop that you're looking for. You duck down into an alleyway, maybe. Let's see.
And this is all with the goal of I will be heading back to my perch.
So maybe like around here.
Okay.
You duck into this alley when you feel like some of the Townsguard are like maybe giving you the side eye, and you're just kind of hanging out there looking down the alley, propping yourself up behind some crates and stuff, just waiting for the heat to pass by, kind of a deal. And as you're sitting there kind of looking down the alley towards the street
Uh-oh.
from the opposite direction, you hear a voice say, "Hey, lady, is something you're looking for?" And you turn over and look, and there's this halfling guy,
Leather armor.
tousled black hair, wearing this sort of worn leather armor.
Fuck this piece of shit.
Damn it! I was trying to be. This was supposed to be fine.
This fucker never sleeps.
I guess I need to roll a bluff check to say the following, but I do say nothing in particular. Can I help you?
Sure.
My charisma is 7. 8. 8 would be the total roll. I rolled a 10.
Okay.
As charismatic as I am, I see.
Well, I just don't. You seem like a lady with a purpose.
Is he flirting?
Are you sure there's nothing you're trying to
I want to roll a
find
sense.
around here? You seem
Thought
like
you're tracking somebody.
consistently looking for something.
I'm gonna
That's
roll
just
a
my
sense,
observation.
sense motive of 21. Because I've never seen this person before.
He rolled a natural 20 on his bluff check.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, you're like, you have no idea what this guy's doing. Like he's piercing the veil of your mind or something. He just appeared out of nowhere, and he seems to be on top of your whole shtick. You feel like maybe you gave yourself away completely, and you're worried about Squawk. I mean, worried about Squawk as in, oh shit, Squawk might get caught. Not worried about Squawk as in, like, I care about his physical well-being.
Yeah, well, no, I do. I just also wonder if anyone might want to feel some pain. But regardless, I try to bluff check to act kind of cool. Oh, man. Well, okay, so I roll a 4. But what I say...
40?
What I say is, if I wasn't so intrigued by you, I would tell you to fuck off.
Something about the rooftop fucking.
Let us not forget that although I have a weird little bald spot, I am conceivably hot.
Talking about some rooftop fucking.
I mean, you're in exceptional physical shape.
Yeah.
And so you have the physique of a very attractive petite woman. You also have that sort of twitchy eye.
Yeah, I'm a serial killer.
That your lip curls up a little too much when you smile.
Yeah.
So
My character's gonna die again.
you're just red flags. You're just all red flags.
Yeah.
And your haircut is not appealing.
Like a tonsure mullet.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Which I don't even know why you did that, because yours more of a mohawk kind of guy.
Tonsure
anyway.
mullet.
He kind of walks up to you and says, I'm into taller girls. Which is ridiculous, because he's 3.5 feet tall and you're 5, but you're still pretty short for a girl. He's making fun of your height for you being a human. You get the
Yeah. I am intimidated by this creature, especially given my current circumstance. So I ask, is this when I leave?
Give me a perception check.
Perception check. Oh man, 13. Okay. I do ask, is this when I leave?
He looks down the alley, not toward further in, not towards the.
I'm gonna die again.
Towards the road, and then he picks up something that's in his hand and looks at it and says, "You're not really the type that I'm interested in dealing with," and hands you back your holy symbol.
Damn! Wow! And I look at him and I go, I'm impressed.
But but this probably isn't the right part of town for you.
Heard. Man, I wonder if there's one more fucking thing I can do.
Do it.
I'm
As an invisible ninja.
gonna jump to a rooftop and skitter scatter away in like one final attempt to like retain my coolness.
Okay.
Right in front of this little fucker. 30 jump check to try to just jump straight up.
Nice.
To go up to a rooftop and kind of get away.
Okay, give me an acrobatics check.
Okay. 21.
Okay. So you jump up and like you put one of your feet on a crate and kind of bound off of that, and you scale like from crate to the wall you hit about 10 feet of height, and you kind of bounce between these two buildings are like 2-3 stories tall that you're between. So it's like you couldn't jump straight onto the roof.
Yeah.
But with your dope monk shit, you like jump up ridiculously high onto a window on the second floor and then bound across this narrow alley and kind of like back and forth until you're up onto the top of a 2-story building.
Parkour!
And you poke your head back over and you see him and he's like, it just gives you kind of a nod of, yeah, that's pretty good.
And I say, maybe I'll see you again. You're just my type.
Roll charisma.
Not if I see you first.
Oh, that's very sweet. Okay, I don't hate him anymore, and I'm gone. Fuck! I'm sorry. I'm not even gonna go roll back to squawk. Like, I'm out. I'm not gonna blow anyone's cover. I fucking go. I like.
And as he does that, you notice that like he's not just pointing. There's like a little piece of wood that's like in the palm of his hand that's like sticking out maybe another 2 or 3 inches. And he does this, and just gone. Just disappears. In the center of the alley, like you didn't hide behind something. He's just no longer there.
I'm going to try as stealthily as I can to work my way back to the fulcrum, having failed my objective.
All right. So, Katsu, you are preparing to do some sneaking into the screw this evening.
I don't want to. I will not set foot in the screw, but the White Shadow will. I'm going to get her close.
Okay. Actually, before night falls, Squawk, you are watching for him to leave.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go to the Tigling before that.
What?
I just want to go to the Tigling Guild and get a little like recon with those guys. I've got that shit I've been trying to sell, so it's not that sketchy for me to continue to try to steal. Well, it's sketchy enough. I mean, I'm selling stolen goods, but I'm still looking to do that. So I'd like to get some recon on the Tigling Guild by doing that during the day.
Are you trying to just fence that stuff, or are you specifically trying to fence it at the Tigling Guild? Are you just looking for the money, or are you looking for like trying to make a connection with the Tigling Guild?
I'm looking to go there, like get the information from Mudlark where they're at, go there, and then like test the waters, like see about hawking some stuff, see about like, hey, those guys seem like snobs, but I mean,
all right,
what are you guys about? I got horrible diplomacy though, right? So I mean, it's gonna be interesting.
All right, so first you ask Mudlark for help with this.
Right. That is assuming the first part.
Mudlark, Katsu is asking you if you know where the Tigling Guild is.
You're muted.
You are
Oh,
muted.
sorry. I only see me in the boards. I apologize.
Yeah, so I mean, I figure we're going to talk about this as characters. So yeah, me and Katsu talk. I talk about bringing in the Tigling Guild, and I give him like, you go up, like I'm a local. You go up this street, you hang a left, it's right there.
Well, what was your knowledge local?
My knowledge local, I'll roll for it. Let's see.
I mean, to know something, you have to know it.
17 on the die plus, one moment here, knowledge, local 5, so 22.
All right. At 17 on the die, and it was a 22.
22 total, yeah.
All right. How many points do you have in that?
I have 5 for knowledge local.
That's how many ranks you have, or that's your bonus?
That's my total bonus is 5.
Okay. You have 2 ranks. Is that right?
Yep, I do.
You have your class bonus of +3.
Yep.
And
Oh,
then-
it's 6.
Yeah, and then you have your, well, no. So you have 2 ranks.
Mm-hmm.
Your class bonus of +3. Your
Right.
intelligence bonus,
Which is 1.
so that's 6. And then your bardic knowledge, which is an additional half your level.
Okay, so then it's another 3 on top of that, so 9. So that would be a total of 26.
Yeah, you do know that you do know where the Tideland Guild, you don't know where their office is. You don't know where their hideout is. Otherwise, it'd be a shitty hideout if you could find it.
Sure.
But you do know where the bar where you can always find somebody.
Cool. I tell Katsu that. I say, yeah, I used to sing up at this bar sometimes. Do performances. Seem like a lot of the guys were Tideland Guild. If I was looking for them, I'd start there.
Figured you'd know. Man, you know your way around this town.
Oh, it's a changing.
Yeah, that is
So I want to go to the Tigling Guild. Or not there. I mean, I want to go to that bar. What's the name of that bar?
it's called the Alley Inn.
The Alley Inn.
It has sort of a same front facade as the Tipsy Scales, though inside there actually are quite a few people. Yeah, it's definitely a seedy place. This is actually a place where a couple of you got some patrons, some drunk patrons, and killed them and drug them to the sewer before. But you go in there and what's his name? Mudlark also informs you that you're going to be looking for somebody who's wearing yellow and black. That's kind of their guild colors. So.
All right. So when I see somebody wearing yellow and black, and before that, I just want to I want to order just the weirdest shit on the menu. Whatever looks really fucking weird, and start from drinks and some food. I got that purse that I stole off that dude, and I can use that money.
Okay. You look at you ask, what is what do you guys got? You got anything interesting? And the guy at the bar, who is a half orc with one of his tusks chipped, and a big scar on that side of his face, looks like he was clocked pretty hard in a fight at some point.
Nice. I do an awkward bird smile. We can't really smile.
Yeah. He says, we got ale, we got mead, we got grog, and if you're feeling adventurous, we got all sorts.
Hello?
I like the sounds of this all sorts. Is it like a suicide?
He says, okay, well, all sorts, that's a copper.
All right. Well, I give him I ask him, I'm going to ask him if if this is his place.
No, this is Shaga's place.
What did he say? I don't ask him that. Never mind. I don't. But I give him I give him a silver, and I ask him if he's got any grubs.
He takes the silver. Puts it down under the bar, and pulls up 9 copper and puts it on the bar. He pulls up this tankard that looks like it's about a 1/4 gallon size. Just this big round mug. Sets it on the bar and then pulls a tray up from behind the bar, and you can see that there's like suds from beer. This is like the tray that goes under where they pour stuff. He just picks up the tray, he pours out the tray, the bar mat, into the tankard and slides it across the bar to you.
Nice. Can I make a heal check on this liquid?
No, this liquid does not have any anatomy.
No, I just wanted to notice if it was a poison or not.
What?
No, I meant to notice if it was a poison.
Yes, alcohol is a poison.
But it looks like, yeah, but it's not like, it hasn't been there for days. There's not like flies in it. Well, if there's flies, I'll probably like it. Anyway, yeah. Do I make a
person ordered in all sorts?
Do I make a constitution check or I'm fine?
It tastes horrible.
All right.
It's warm and it tastes dreadful.
All right. Well, I'll look for somebody else who maybe is on their more down on their luck. But I'll just slide that to the side for right now. And then what did he say he had? Like ale?
He said he had ale, mead,
yeah, I'll take
grog.
Yeah, I'll take ale.
Okay. He says that's another copper.
Yeah, it's still there, and then I slide one copper towards him and take the rest and put it in the pouch.
This is a wooden mug. It's about a pint, and he gives you a mug of ale.
Nice. I got the weirdest shit on the menu. Very nice.
For the same price.
Nice and great.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it could have some grog.
I'm gonna pick some flies out of that other one if I can get some, catch them in it. But anyway, do I eventually see somebody wearing the said yellow and black? I believe.
Yeah, there's a guy. He's wearing like a mustard color sort of scarf over black clothing otherwise.
Okay, so I'm gonna roll up, and here's my no diplomacy. Nice. This will be a natural one. Be like, instead of doing it in thieves' cant, I guess I'm gonna be like, I hear you're part of a gang.
A great icebreaker.
I think that's a pretty good natural one.
You're part of-
Or you alter it however you see fit.
He looks at you and he says, I am. But my gang doesn't do any business with people who are developmentally disabled.
You got a mission, Aaron. You got to get the Tiglin Guild on our side.
I know. I'm actually pretty smart. I could maybe challenge him to some sort of little. That's where you need to have a board game in your pocket at all times.
Well, you can only go from here.
Yeah, he's kind of staring, giving you that like stare, like you are.
I do a shake, and I'll say, sorry, I ordered, what was it called? The house special. I shouldn't have done that. Just one sip, and it's got me a little bit off. And then I just say, I just liked your scarf. And then in like Thieves Can't, I don't know if I can roll again, but I basically want to, through casual conversation about something else, slip in that I've got some stuff that I would like to sell, and that I'm maybe interested in tryout for their gang.
You're part of a gang.
He says, "All right, meet me out back in 10 minutes."
Oh shit, I'm gonna get jumped.
Won't be the first time.
All right.
He just sits there and waits for you to leave.
So I go back up to the bar. I finish my stuff. Was there anybody who looked like they would drink that swill?
I mean, there's some people in here who look like they've had a rough time and are trying to drown their
Do a
sorrow.
sense motive and hand it to somebody, just random. So whatever. That's like a 11 or something, because I don't believe I have sense motive. So yeah, whatever. I hand it to somebody, and then
Yeah, there's a fella at the bar who's like raising his hand. You can see it kind of swaying. He's not sober, to say the least. And every time the bartender looks over at him, he just like shakes his head and waves him off. So you as you're leaving the bar, you just like slide this big heavy tankard. It's like a small bucket. Slide it down the bar to this guy, and he looks down at you and looks at the tankard, and like the moment you even give an inkling of the sort of like whether it's a gesture or saying that you're giving it to him, he just grabs it and is like, oh.
nice. I'll do a sleight of hand, which, whatever, is kind of hard on a huge ass tankard in full view, but it would be very solid and above a 30. If it applied, it would be a 32. But just so the barkeep doesn't see me giving the fucking guy he's cut off like a beer, but like when the barkeep's like doing something else, just kind of like slide it over as I'm like leaving.
I mean, you can be as subtle as you want. The drunk guy who's got like the stream of this liquid running down the side of his face is not subtle at all. And the
Exactly.
barkeep looks over and is just like shrugs and goes back. He wasn't cut off. He didn't have any money left.
Oh, right. Cool.
Yeah.
So I
here they do not care if you drink yourself to death.
I make a like a loop around or whatever, and I try to as subtle as I can duck in and back around and cut around and make my way to the back alley. I don't want to be obvious about it.
All right, give me a stealth check and a perception check.
Fucking shitty ass stealth of 22 and a perception. I gotta change this dice now. A natural 1, so that's gonna be a fucking -10, so that's a 3.
Okay.
Yep. There you go. Just one sip of that grog and it just gets you. It's the fucking shitty. But the question is, isn't it more likely to roll 20s now that it's rolled 2 1s? Let's just stick with it.
All right, you go around the back, and there's this, you don't see the guy that you talked to inside. There's another guy out back here. He's wearing leather armor. He's got daggers on his hips. He's just kind of like doing that cool lean against the building, He just hanging out back here in the alley by himself.
So I hear you're in a gang.
All right, so and is it? But he told me to just meet him. He told me to meet him. So well, whatever. I'll address this guy. We'll see what happens. That's not horrible. A roll of 13, so that's a 12. And if I can use my voice mimicry and all of that shit just to sound cool and be like, "Sup? Meeting the dude here, one of your dudes here," something like that. A little bit better than before, but
He says, "I'm sure he'll be here in a minute."
nice. I'm not gonna say shit.
After minute, 2 minutes pass by, he says, "You looking to offload something?"
Indeed, I am. And I say that in like thieves can't, so it's like, I say some little rhyme back to him.
Yeah, he replies in thieves can't. Basically, what you got?
And I tell him I've got these shitty night lights, and that I've got like 6 of those, and that I got a pretty badass book. That the poetry, some of it's really, really good, but most of it is just kind of decent.
No, that's gone. We
That's
took
not,
that.
no, you gave that to Mudlark and Dern.
Okay, I did. Well, I wasn't updated on that. So whatever. I got those shitty nightlights.
All right.
The ever burning scones. 6 of them, I believe. Yeah, 6 ever burning scones. 50 gold tails, so they're not going to be great, but yeah.
Yeah. He nods and give me a sense motive check.
Well, that's not bad. All right. Let's see here. That's just a 20. Yeah, 20. Not on the die. 18 on the die.
So he just signaled somebody.
Nice.
And I'm going to say that because he signaled somebody and you kind of got, that cue, you immediately like jump to a ready position from a relaxed position.
Okay.
You're not going to be denied your dexterity modifier for these attacks.
Yeah, I knew I'm getting jumped.
We'll see.
But you do get attacked. Okay. What is your armor class?
My armor class is a mere 19.
You're 19. Okay. So an arrow comes from the rooftop behind you and like hits the wall in front of you. From down the alleyway, a crossbow bolt hits you in the shoulder, and you take 10 points of damage.
That didn't sound good.
And then you feel a dagger in your back.
You got this, Katsu.
Whew. You are really shitty on that dagger. But he did confirm the critical.
I figured.
And so you take, let's see, that is 4, 5, 11, and he rolled amazing on his sneak attack. 2 6s and a 5. What was that?
That's level right there.
And 23, 28 points of damage.
Jeez. Why are you always alone?
That's a holy shit. That's a total of 38 points of damage.
Holy fuck.
Buddy.
Why are
Right
you
again.
No.
Good. He's good at that. He's really good at that.
How did it go from like, hey, I'm interested in joining a gang, to like, well, we're gonna murder the shit out of you?
No, it went from, so I hear you're in a gang in like a weird sketchy bar to, of course they're trying to murder him.
It went from, hey, I hear you're in a gang. I'm a fucking moron. I have valuable shit I want to sell you. Go meet me in the back alley. Okie dokie.
Oh boy. He was
Bad perception.
gonna get murdered, dog.
It might happen.
So was that 30? That 38? That's your hit points, right?
Yeah, some staggered.
Okay.
Don't worry, I'm right there.
Ha ha.
Damn it.
Okay, it's now your turn.
Yep.
Katsu, you're super fucking badass. You got this.
I am very badass, but nonetheless. Okay, so let's see here. So I've got equal level rogue who just. Where is the? Can you put this into like some sort of map? I'm looking at the map here, and I would like to see all the scenarios in my death here.
All right. Well, I mean, so this isn't great, but just to give you a sense of orientation, you, guy just came up and stabbed you from the back. Guy on the roof with a bow. Guy down the street with a crossbow, or down the alley. This is a much smaller area, and one other guy who's just kind of hanging out in front of you that you were talking to. He didn't attack you, but he did signal the other people to jump you.
Yeah.
So yeah, you is this all fairly clear? You're in the center here.
Yeah, and that alley is just like one more square past the dude. Like,
No, there's yeah. This is a completely different area. I'm just trying to give you a sense of space.
well, I mean, I don't have a real good idea of where I mean, obviously I want to go away from the fucking people or whatever, but.
So there's an alley that goes this way that is maybe 10 feet wide, and then there's a narrow 5 foot wide alleyway behind this guy that's leading this way. I'm sorry, I just don't have like.
Oh, you're good. It's fine. Let's see here. So an acrobatics move, disengage, like with my hands, like swift action, as well as with my like haversack shit. Can I pull that potion of cure serious wounds as I'm disengaged? Like once I'm far enough and disengaged to fucking drink that shit?
Okay, so if you take your move action to acrobatics your way out of there,
I can only move 15.
you can only move. I'm gonna say you're gonna waste. I say you can move 20 because once you're out of range, then you can revert back to normal movement speed. But you've got to acrobatics out of 2 squares before you can move normal speed. So you can do that. Swift action, retrieve the potion from your pouch, and use your standard action to drink the potion.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, give me an acrobatics check.
That's pretty fucking good. 33.
Okay. Yeah, you make it to there. You drink the potion. So that's 3d8 plus 5.
20 points back.
Okay. You're back up to 20. All right. That is your turn. They go now. And
Don't worry, I'm right there.
this one comes in and
Is this a
tries
different
to
game?
avoid an attack of opportunity
Is this a different
from
game?
you.
Different
That is, what's your combat maneuver
Oh, yeah.
defense?
It's the Tiger Guild.
Combat maneuver defense is. Hold on one second.
What was the other one called?
Actually,
17?
yeah.
It's only a 17 as best as I can see right here.
Those are only in the squad.
Okay, so he
Tiger
comes up
Guild's big-
behind you.
bigger.
This guy, actually, no, he tries to tumble in front of you. So this guy can come up behind.
Tumba.
And so what did you say it was? I'm sorry. 16?
17.
Okay. So yeah, no, he got like a 22 on that.
That
He,
wouldn't,
he rolled really high.
that wouldn't have done mine.
But it seems like it took all of his, effort to just get in front of you and get into a flanking position for his ally there. And then this guy moves up, so he's within 30 feet. And you get another shot from the guy on the rooftop. Okay. What's your armor class?
My armor class is 19. That sucks. Earlier when I made that swift, or earlier when I did the acrobatics, I could have made a swift to fucking attack with opposing person.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So the guy with the bow hits. And shit. Dice do not like you tonight, man. So you take that's just outside of 30 feet, so he does not get sneak attack on you. But you take 10 points from the arrow. The crossbow bolt, he doesn't fire because like 2 of his friends are in the way. He doesn't want to do that. The guy with the mustard colored scarf confirms another critical on you.
Oh, murdered in an alley.
Oh,
So appropriate. He was gonna say like, "Hey, Mudlark, you're probably better at talking. Maybe you should try to do this deal."
We all had our missions, dude.
I failed my mission too. Don't feel too bad. I mean, you're gonna die now, but
All right. So all together, you didn't roll nearly as well on a sneak attack dice this time. All together, you
It's
already
murder.
right?
I'm at 8, so it's gonna murder me.
What's your Constitution score?
Is yeah, it's only a 10. It's gonna murder me.
So
I am right there, Dan.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
All right. So here's the thing. 19 points of damage to you with his backstab. If I'm correct, that puts you at -9. At -10, you die.
Woo!
So
Luckily, Wendy's right there.
At that moment, Uhtred appears through a portal from hell.
in time.
Oh, Dad, just
Hey, I still have a potion that my hand can pour down my throat even when I'm unconscious, but we'll see what happens.
all right, let's see.
This is incredible.
It's not going to go real good when they watch up this hand pouring potions down a dead guy's gullet.
Yeah, that'll be interesting too.
It's going to just be more murder time. It just drags it out. I
Okay.
can drag myself away too, but at 5 feet around, you're not going anywhere.
All right. So just on your turn, the first thing I want you to do is roll a Constitution check to stabilize.
Oh, that's pretty good. 17 on the die.
17. Okay.
Who did that?
So the lights go out. All right. What do you have on you as far as valuables go?
I imagine I got everything.
I don't know. I'm asking you, what do you have?
Well, I mean, I've got my armor. I've got the 6 scones. I got my little utility belt. I got my bracelets for the hand. I got that Crimson Orchid book. Here, hold on one second. I mean, whatever. I got the shit that you know everything I got because I sent you photographs of it. I got like all the shit that I haven't. I got a few potions and shit on me. All that shit's in my like utility bag. I got a corpse in a fucking bag. I got that.
So for you, the lights go out.
But she can act on my round and she can feed me potions.
I got it, man. So here's the thing. Here's what happens. You wake up. Your best guess is the sun has moved a little bit across the sky since you came here. You are not in the alley that you were in before, and you are. I am saying something.
I'm sorry. It was bad. It was
Right.
a terrible joke. Never mind.
So it's a little bit later in the day. You're in a different alleyway. When you can taste the flavor of a healing potion in your mouth, and you feel moving down your chest and reconnecting with your wrist, the possessed hand. You hear in your mind a woman's voice, and she says, "I didn't want to get into a fight with 4 versus 1 hand. They looked you over, they took your money, and they took some of those torches. And when they tried to get the bracelets, I acted, and they ran away."
That's pretty fucking cool. Sorry about the Imogen heap.
So I dragged you into this alley. It took a while.
Awesome.
And when I knew that they were gone, I got one of the potions out of your belt pouch. You should be more careful in the future. And then she falls silent. And you check yourself. Any coin that you have is gone.
Sweet, I barely had anything.
And the what you call it, the torches are gone. Because they knew about the torches and they got the gist of what of the haversack was, so they just reached into your pockets looking for the torches, and they reached into your pockets looking for money. But
I wish they would have grabbed that dead body.
they weren't looking for a dead body, so when they reached in there and about, they didn't reach thinking dead body. But yeah, so they took any money that you had. They took the torches. And
I can't believe I'm alive. But that cure serious wounds, I'm telling you, that was the move for the 1,000 gold. I don't give a fuck.
that did save your ass. Yeah.
What did you do?
By 1 point, people. 1 point.
This
All
dead
right.
bird, its hand got off, jumped off of its wrist.
Yeah, let's get out of here. That's awesome.
Like, that is not shit that they wanted to deal with. And they already got some coin. They got these torches that are worth a decent chunk, and they're just like, yeah, we're done with this.
Katsu, you gotta start your own thieves guild, buddy.
All right, so that brings us now to Squawk and the Vulture and Cornell leaving the thieves.
Cornell.
As he does leave the Thieves Guild, he leaves in the opposite direction of the way he came in.
Okay.
The way he comes in the morning is not the way he leaves at the end of the day.
Right. So he's not going to the place that he was coming from.
Or he takes a different route home than he takes into work.
What a ding dong.
Yeah, this guy's a huge ding dong. Just you wait.
All right. So, you're just like having the Vulture follow him. What's your plan here?
Okay, so seeing him, is he's locking with the same key? He is the last person to leave. There's nobody trailing him.
Yeah, basically. Well, they all came out basically at the same time, and he was the last person out. He locked the.
Hey, are you a gang? Just kidding. That was a joke. I'm sorry.
Hey, it's fine. It was a good representation of a natural one.
Right. Yeah, so just observing those guys leave. Again, the Vulture would be ideal to fade after Cornell, I guess.
So you think you're like looking through the Vulture's eyes, or are you?
No, honestly, looking through my own eyes, but the Vulture keeping tabs on him as he retreats, and if he loses track of him, or it seems like that creature goes in, like he goes into a building, then the Vulture report back to me about, not necessarily right there on the rooftop, but as we connect again after dusk. I'd like to hang out and see maybe a little bit even after darkness falls if I can see any more activity at the front door.
Okay. So you send the Vulture after him just to kind of track him as he leaves. And he comes around the building, or he comes around the street. Let's see. So he leaves this way.
Yeah.
You saw him come in from over here.
Yeah.
in the morning. He leaves this way. He goes down this street. He comes up this way, goes down here, goes into this alley. And as your vulture kind of veers around to come and see, him trying to move into this courtyard here in the middle.
Yeah.
He's just gone.
Yeah. So we lost him at what courtyard, Dan?
So
Right. Left.
down this road, up this road, across here, and then comes in through this tiny little alleyway here into here. And like the vulture is circling, and he goes around this corner. The vulture loses sight, and then as the vulture comes around this way and looks down this alley, he's just not there.
Okay, cool. We know this guy uses illusion spells, or is it around them, so that's usable.
Hurrah. Huzzah.
Okay, and you wait. Give me a stealth check.
Stealth check coming up. 35.
You wait until after dark. You're watching the street. You're watching the building. You don't notice anything.
Fantastic.
And you're actually give me a perception check.
16.
Okay. All right. A little bit after dark, you do notice two armored individuals wearing white and gold livery. They're obviously members of the Church of Payana. And they come down the street and they're looking around, and one of them says, I think this area is clear. There's no sewer access here.
Ooh, fuck!
Dang.
Bad news bears, guys.
And then as they're walking away, they said, one of them says, as if it wasn't bad enough that we lost Theodicus and Ravenger. Now plague rats, and turn around a corner and disappear.
Oh, okay.
Yes, they know.
Okay.
We gotta take down the church now. Just toss
We're
it
down
up.
the church. First of all.
Start
First of all.
burning.
I was worried that they were like tracing us through the sewers and they were onto us, but it seems like they're more interested in the plague, which is
Yeah, they are the primary like good church in town, and yeah, they're the people you'd call if like all of a sudden a shit ton of goblins in one sewer system came down with the bubonic plague.
more reason to blow up the northeast corner of that church.
Yeah.
Can we turn their waters red?
In like 10 levels.
Aw.
Let's get all the reds.
No, you can buy like the high dye red and just dump it in their water supply. It may or may not be toxic, but it would turn it red.
You get the
So
dancing water guy.
is this is your little run-in with the Titling Guild going to change your plans for the evening, Katsu?
Well, I imagine she's good. If I detach her, is she technically at full fucking hit points because D&D's got errors, or is she damaged?
You weren't
I need
still in, so I'm going to say she's fine.
so I'm gonna go basically get, how close am I to the screw right now where I'm at?
This is
Well, like that.
this is a screw.
Okay.
You're over here. So from here to
Where's
there.
where's the fulcrum's layer? Is like in the middle.
Sorry?
The fulcrum's layer.
In this vicinity here.
All right, so I want to basically get to the fulcrum's layer, and she's more than capable, and she can get there, and I want to send her out to scout. And if she can case the joint, but she can't because she doesn't have engineering, so it doesn't matter. But anyway, I want to send her out to get some recon on this place, knowing that I don't have any control over that, but telling her to be careful and, just to get basically, if we don't have that guard tower information from anybody else, then I'm trying to get maybe that. And I already know the guards are on like a 5-thing loop. I just want to maybe know how many guard towers are in the screw. And also just maybe get an eye on those halflings a little bit, but also super they almost killed me, so I'm a little intimidated. I've almost died a lot. For my life, this has been a lot of near-death experiences, so I'm not trying to push her any. She's her own woman. She can figure it out. I'll give her a hand. And basically just get back to the fulcrum stealth check. And do I need to roll that to get back there and all that? Stealth, acrobat, or athletics to be rooftop and doing some gliding and stuff like that if applicable. But it's still middle of the day, so.
Stealth and an acrobatics check.
All right, stealth is pretty solid there with it's above a 30, but hold on. Well, okay, so it's 30. So it's not stealth's a 30 and acrobatics is a 26.
Okay. So you head back to the fulcrum and you send the hand to the screw.
Correct.
And what you want it to go through the sewers, go over land. What's your orders to it?
Well, I tell her to travel as stealthfully as she can, which is one of her skills. And I would say if she can if there's a way for her to get in, she's pretty fucking strong, but I don't know how that works. Like a little hand crawling up the side of she's got a climb speed, so I guess she could just pretty easily push grates and shit off. So yeah, the sewer there's that sewer way we like to go, and that seems pretty safe. But also there's been plenty of back alleys and stuff like that. I'll leave it up to her. She's been around, she's seen the stuff that I've seen, and just I want to get some recon on the screw, especially those 2 halflings and their patterns, but that's lesser than if she doesn't feel comfortable with that, just the guard tower information or whatever. But if she can bring it both back to me, that's awesome. And I'm definitely not asking her to crawl in through the mail slot yet.
Okay. All right. Give me a stealth check for the hand.
Nice. All right. Hold on.
He talked to Mudlark before he left, right? That was after we got back?
We talked in the morning.
Oh,
Yeah, he left in the morning.
all right.
Here we go. Not great with a 23.
Okay. Well, this being later on in the afternoon, going into evening, and it takes her a good while to actually make it to that section of town. Let's see. You can't communicate with it over distance, right?
I only got an empathetic link for a mile, but I would like, but Dan, once we got to the Fulcrum's lair, she wouldn't go out until nighttime because that was the original plan. She's a fucking hand crawling around. So other people might be going first.
Okay.
I was just getting back to the lair. Then I was maybe figuring out how to make her look kind of like a human female hand. And then detaching her and licking my wounds.
So here's the thing. Going into the evening, there have been reports of plague-ridden rats in the sewers in the screw. And you sent this tiny crawling thing through the sewers in the screw.
There you go.
You know about this. And in those
Right in 2D4 days.
in the sewers, you do have the empathic link, and you get a brief sensation of it's a brief sensation of annoyance that quickly goes to fear, and then I need the hand to make a will save.
Oh, nice. That's not great for a hand, probably. Let's see. It's only gonna be. That's only a 12.
Okay.
Sticking with this dice is telling me stories.
That's a tough call. Okay. All right.
She's got 24 hit points, but you know that, I guess.
All right. Then you get a sudden sense of pain as she takes.
And her speed is 40, climb, and whatever.
She takes 13 points of holy damage.
Oh, nice. Evil. She's not going to live this one. Oh. This is good.
Why are you always alone?
Because we split into 3 teams and there's 7 of us.
And I'm a team of me and my hand.
Which you say your hand alone.
Yep, because I was pretty much dead. But she, as long as I live, she can live. She can reform on my hand.
2d4 days.
And then you get another sensation of pain, and the empathic link ends.
Oh,
As she takes 19 more points of damage.
Nice. That's awesome.
Yeah.
All right, can I roll my 2d4 now, or are you going to roll it and surprise me?
Which do you prefer?
I don't really care. They're both fun.
Okay. All right, I'll do it then, I guess.
Yeah.
That's even better. I like it.
I know when you'll get your hand back. You do see. Well, actually, first, what happens is the second bracelet appears on your wrist,
Oh, that's not a good sign.
and then you see like your stump slowly starting to grow.
Oh, that's cool.
She's gonna be pissed.
It's like Deadpool.
Yeah, totally.
Pretty much.
You gotta touch yourself with that hand?
Yep. Okay.
Well, I was robbed, or I would have already bought the exotic oils and scents to massage her with as she grew back. But we'll have to go pickpocket somebody later in a different day. Anyway, move on.
So you did get that the email I sent you that you could only buy one set of thieves tools with how much money you have.
I did get that, and the ones that I broke a thing in, I can still use those, right? I just broke one piece of those thieves tools.
Well, you had like the two pieces that were in there. You would be able to, but I'd say that with that old set, you'd take a hit because you wouldn't have all of the necessary tools to address.
Right, I'm gonna do like a -1, -2 with that set.
-2. It's an incomplete thieves tool set, so you
Cool. So I've got one complete one incomplete one. That's cool.
right. Was the original Masterwork set?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right, cool. All right. It is 20 to 12. I'm wondering if there's anything else you guys are going to be able to do tonight before midnight. Is there any thoughts, any suggestions, any options?
Do better.
I think we all did pretty good with.
I don't know. I think me and Gilda did pretty good.
Yeah, let's tag up at the fulcrum, and like, do you guys as players just want to like talk about what we thought went well, what didn't go well, what do we want for next time? We can use our time for that rather than doing mission stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, one, we probably don't want to be going.
What happened to
And-
you, man?
Yeah. Do ask him. I wanna.
All right. So you all reconvene at the fulcrum.
Tips and scales.
Yeah, the scales. We're having light beer.
Yeah. A table beer.
Yeah, let's exchange information with characters and players.
Yeah, I failed in my task. I apologize to Squawk. I was meaning to circle back. There's at least one like heavily armored like little thief motherfucker that is watching for that property. I was rolling around trying to see if there was kind of like a plain clothes force of mercenaries guarding the guild. There's at least one, and then he kind of made me, and so I got out of there because I didn't want him to catch you as well.
Thanks, man. Yeah, pretty sure I've seen that same. You say little dude, but it offends me just a tiny little bit because he's the same size as me. But that's all right. You've got that height differential as well, so I'll let it slide. But in fact, I think I've seen him. I think that also Katsu is familiar with that. Pretty mean looking dude.
I was being pretty sneaky, and he was able to see me even though I was being pretty sneaky, which kind of honestly freaked me out.
Yeah.
And he's always got his ninja. She's always around. She's the halfling in the black armor. You can't see her. She's basically invisible until she
Which is why
tries to kill you.
should have whoever is going through that front door, everyone should be invisible. They should like not at all be possible to be seen because those two fuckers nearly murdered Katsu. They found you. Like they're very good at what they do.
Yeah.
I think as far as like invisibility going in the front door is good. I think we learned a lot about that little hobbit dude
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, did you guys learn what's inside the place?
Yeah, for your edification, Aaron, me and Dern went in and we got your book. We told them to give it the highest level of security. They took us all the way through and like showed us where they put it. And it's a subterranean kind of labyrinth thing that has staircases that come up above ground level into buildings that we don't know exactly where they are. And they seem to keep all the items that they're guarding on varying levels of security and also rotations, so they're never in the same place. So that's
To send this video to you by email so you can watch it earlier.
I think the little hobbit dude. My question is, do we kill him and take all of his keys, which seem important, or do we maybe keep him alive?
I think he's more important. He was just pulling that serial number out of his head and how he's getting to it, and with rotations, you kill him, we might not be able to find it.
Yeah, we need him alive.
Okay,
It would be really sweet if somebody could charm nicely, but
for how long? Like, can we kill him at the end of all this, or what?
Mudlark, can't you charm?
We can kill him again. We can kill everybody again.
Thank you. That's all I'm asking for.
Yeah, my only concern is this guy is more powerful than he lets on.
Yeah.
Very strong air of like, I'm an insecure dude, but there's certain things he did as he was showing us around. I was like, that was very competent and magical. And he seems to be using a lot of illusion magic. With Squawk, you seem to lose him as he went around a corner, and I wonder about that after seeing like this dude turn a crate into not a crate and walk through it like a staircase.
Yeah, man. Been tracking stuff for a long, long time now.
Darn.
yeah.
Just for clarification's sake, you never saw this guy actually cast any spell or use any magic. He used magic items and magic in his vicinity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A detect magic spyglass, and that does seem like a strong indication that he's less magic.
Yeah, and that one guy used a wand of invisibility, it looked like.
Yeah.
Has he only been encountered around the front door, like around the main entrance of, like he wasn't inside when you guys went inside?
He was inside. Squawk saw him appear to the, I guess that's to the south. I'm not sure what the orientation was, but Squawk saw him appear. He came inside. Me and Dern met him, and then afterwards, Squawk followed him and lost him. So we've never seen him outside the screw.
I have to see invisible spell.
Oh, cool.
We need to capture him.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Yeah. This is going to happen, and he might like be willing to die before giving away any secrets, but we have to try.
Agreed.
That's why we really need some kind of enchantment. I don't think I can even do enchantment.
Because
Can't Mudlark charm?
I can, yeah, and that just might change our like plan of attack and like where certain people are. But yeah, I think we should keep him alive entirely based on the moment when we were leaving and he knew the fucking serial codes and the ledgers off the top of his head. Like that dude knows where every item is. And we could go there and we could kill a lot of people and eventually find it, maybe. But like this dude could point us right to it.
And if we can't get him, we got to get one of those scribes.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I think if we break in during business hours, we could just strong arm one of them.
Can we get into this guy's head at all?
Maybe. I mean, like Dan was saying, like we didn't actually see him use magic. We saw him use items that were imbued to be magical.
Which means he's got some sort of use magic device or spellcraft.
Yeah.
He could be like a bard, you know, which means he's not going to cast fireball on us, but.
Yeah. Yeah.
If he has a wand, he might.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it seems like these locations, I don't know, like what do you guys think about like the subterranean aspect of our
I think we have to avoid it entirely.
No sewer
think-
access.
There's plague and there's paladins right now.
I'm
Yeah,
like, it
down
was
there.
really energy that destroyed my hand.
That brings up an interesting point. I 100% think we should fuck that church up next session.
yeah.
Have a little plan to quickly do that.
Quickly.
Yeah, that's gotta happen.
Something with this guy, we have to do something. Either get the info from him, but I'm not even sure that would work, or charm him, or
Try to come in from subterranean because I like the idea of like if someone comes in the front door and if it goes to absolute shit, hey, are you in a gang? Kind of oops. Another alternative to get in or out, and vice versa. If we go through the door, great.
yeah.
We send a guy with a 7 charisma to go make a contact with a just because I speak the language.
Nobody said you.
No, it was fun. I believe me.
I'm inclined to have 2 teams coming in from 2 directions.
Subterranean.
If we think we can like, hit it from below.
I think that
If we could go subterranean and like detect secret doors and stuff like that, but I don't know.
Because Gilda knows, and correct me if I'm wrong, he knows there's subterranean things. He doesn't know the nature of their construction. If he's in a sewer tunnel, he would know, oh yeah, there's a tunnel below me 2 stories. Like he would be aware of that. No? He would just know, oh, there's tunnels around me.
That tunnel that alley where he disappeared too by that park is definitely.
He has a general sense of what types of structures are in an area. And his understanding is that there are subterranean tunnels, could mean the sewers, could mean these tunnels that you guys are going through, could mean something else.
Okay, I got
But
you.
he understands that the geography of the area contains certain features.
mm-hmm.
In this case, it includes the buildings in the city, maybe the city wall specifically, that there is a city wall, but not where it is. That there are subterranean, tunnels and structures, and as well, he knows that there's an underground river, and that there are deep caves well beneath the surface. But he has no idea where any of these things are specifically, or their structure, or their size, or he just understands the nature of the geography and what is present.
Okay.
However, I think this is reasonable. Based on my rat reconnoitering of that sewer system, of the sewers underneath the screw, and knowing that layout of sewer blocks, talking with the crew back at the scales, Mudlark, if you're telling me that, underneath this building, dead center of this square block radius, there's shit that's underground, that's going to scan. I'm going to be like, oh.
It was below sewer level even.
Yeah, but it's
quite
like,
a bit.
when we look at the map of the screw, and we look at the sewer system of the screw,
There we go.
so it's like that center, dead center is the Thieves Guild. There's a sort of block around that northern border, and then east and west. It sort of forms this square, forms a rectangle, because there's not like a sewer on that southern border, but, kind of a block in, dead center. That's where your shit goes down deeper than the sewer. Like that's and I now have a rat level understanding of all of this sewer area. So I think with a little bit of finesse,
Think your secret doors are going to be that one street over from the Thieves Guild that's not marked as a sewer, where that crosses both green line. That's where you're. If it's
Darren,
symmetrical,
you're thinking like a
above.
Darren and not like a Gilva.
I know.
I don't know what secret doors are. I don't know what magic is. Just because I'm wearing these silly little glasses doesn't mean I can spellcraft shit. But
I mean, and Mudlar, with his not great sense of geography, he knows the room that him and Dern ended up in. It's somewhere between 1 or 2 streets over to the west, which, if this is oriented northwest in the classical sense, yeah, somewhere in that block.
So with Dern and his understanding, you kind of assume that safe house that he brought you up to on street level is probably somewhere in this vicinity.
Yeah,
And you can't see that at all, can you?
I can see what you're circling.
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see it.
So to Gilda's point, I think if we want to go subterranean, that's the way to dig in because we know generally where it is. That also being said, what was the Dollop podcast recently about like trying to dig out a guy that had been left behind in a cave, and like if you don't pinpoint know where you're going, you can dig right past it.
Yeah.
Or just put a bunch of dirt in his face and now he's dying because you did it.
So I think
So transformation is one of Gilva is a specialty of yours now.
mm-hmm.
How sensitive are you to sound, like sonar and stuff like that? I know that's a really good way to determine where stuff is underground.
That there's a spell that I have that would, it's called, well, there's a couple options on that. I mean, that is to be seen. If you point it in a straight direction and make it happen, then like
I've never heard of sonar. I don't know where that came from. I was possessed and it just came flying out of my mouth. I blacked out a little bit. Does anybody have some need?
As players, do we want to? I feel good with the amount of information we got. That was fucking great.
mm-hmm.
We wanted to let's think about ideas, text each other for next week, and plan on next week we're gonna fucking hit this place. We have enough info to not as ham-fistedly do this.
Yeah.
Aaron, hey, I have a question about as far as when you guys were coming up in the various places where they pop up here, pop up there, or whatever, and it was down in that area. Nothing you were walking around in was anywhere close to that area where he disappeared by that park?
Using a lot of non-specific sentence subject.
Okay, so to the north, if we consider this to be a north-oriented map or whatever, to the northwest was a park that he Squaw lost, or his bird lost, lost contact with them. But if you go exactly diagonal across that, kind of where you got that circle in the fountain where we did probably some destruction, but that might not be that place. But keep on going straight from there past the screw. In that area was where I fucking lost it. But yeah, right down here though, I mean, those are the two spots where that was the area where you thought that they were storing stuff, where they were putting you in the safe houses was somewhere in this quadrant. But that upper quadrant was where he disappeared.
Yeah.
No, up.
But also, just so you know, it doesn't even need to be that specific. You didn't hear this part. They also routinely move things.
Oh, I did. I heard that shit moves around.
Oh, did you? Okay.
But I was just so far though. We have two possible quadrants where they have buildings.
Yeah.
Well, a quadrant is a big. That's not an accurate term, but two little squares.
It's only one because we just lost track of a dude at some place, whereas the other location, Darren and I were physically inside the structure, and we know ballpark, he was over here.
Okay.
So that could be an access point.
Also,
All right. Be stumpy for the next 2D4 days.
the alley that you were in is here. Where you
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think that, yeah, formulating a plan based on this intel over the next week.
I can't see being able to do anything that doesn't involve that guy.
Yeah, we have to have him. If we don't have him or a scribe, we can't do anything.
Yeah.
The information, yeah, where he is.
Divination, enchantment, both of which I do not have. They're both my opposition, or no, illusion and.
Yeah, we can spitball. I mean, definitely like shoot each other a bajillion texts planning.
Yeah.
But I think this is a good place to like send shit.
Yep.
Cool.
We definitely might have started an epidemic.
How timely. How
Ah,
timely.
I don't know.
Guys.
where'd you get the idea?
On brand. I have no clue.
That was like totally just the Gilda show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was just like, I'm gonna do this, and then the cows.
We're texting each other back and forth. What the hell is he doing? Does anybody know what he's doing? Even Hellet's like, yeah, I don't know what's going on.
What?
Russ, I wanted to tell you there was a lady at work today who pulls up a photo of you and her on her phone. Does this guy still work here?
That's funny.
Your beard looked incredible, by the way. It was a good shot.
Danke.
Wasn't what I thought it was.
So how did you guys like the Thieves Guild security measures?
Yeah, Aaron, you were here.
It's about impossible.
You should have just pointed to a room and said, "That's where all our books are."
And at every point, Dan was like, "Oh, in this room, you go in there. There's no fucking way an invisible ghost hand can get through this door. Like, no fucking way." So I liked that, like, you let us into it, and initially I was like, "Oh, cool, he's showing us everything." And you kept coming to forks in the road, and he was picking other ones and other ones. And I was like, "Okay, this is cool. It's gonna take us where the item is. It's fine." And then at the end, he was like, "Oh, we do a rotation." I was like, "Well, fuck."
Mhm.
You know, I don't.
I like it.
I'm not trying to come up with a way for you guys to win. I'm trying to come up with a way that they would do it.
Yeah, totally.
My assumption is that you have, well, I know you have a bunch of tools at your disposal, and this is not beyond you.
No, we'll figure it out.
The right way to do this is with a bunch of zombies through the front door.
Classic.
With the
Yeah.
cordons.
I was thinking, like, if you guys actually made it there with the zombies, and then you'd have to spend so much time trying to figure out that you have to activate that crate
Yep.
to get into the staircase that leads you down. And if you figured that out, and you got down there, and you were just like,
Okay.
Not the whole time.
And then the guard is on the way.
like absolutely that John Travolta gif, like,
Okay. Yeah. We would have spent half the time screaming about if the crate was a mimic or not.
yeah. So
You could
Wow.
jump on top of it.
Cool.
but damn it, Ross, that was fucking amazing. That was something special.
Plague party. Dude.
I like the added rat resting on the zombie shoulder,
Uh-huh.
walking down this sewer.
Didn't
There's
you have
rats in the hallway again.
the Hero Forge thing that you made for?
Yeah, my guy
Rats.
is.
Oh, he's got a rat on your guy?
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
Wow.
I had no, that's
Yeah.
But in the words of Aaron Egglesare, best laugh of the night was, "So I hear you're in a gang." That got me going.
Yeah.
Oh, dude. Yeah. That's in the hallway, baby. Plague party.
Man, that was interesting. I mean, you guys did have you did a bunch of like methodical
Yeah, it all worked out.
prodding and figuring things out. I mean, that was I really did want you guys to go in there and like do the thing where you're like, oh, we're gonna store this with you for a little while, so you had like a decent idea of what it was like.
Yeah.
If you went in blind, you'd be fucked.
That's why I was like, I gotta give the book. I gotta give the book.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm gonna think about this one.
We will follow Mudlark's way. Mudlark way.
Ideas. Everything is within the state. Nothing is outside of the state.
Aaron, did you get looped in on this whole like electing a group leader situation?
Oh, wait.
as far as I know, I am now being looped in.
Aaron, I was democratically elected, and it was a free election, and I'm in charge now. Don't ask questions.
Sounds like like I would have always expected from somebody like you.
I'm changing the group charter. Elections are only every 6 years.
Yeah.
No, he's really good at gathering all the ideas and
I wonder if we can
throwing
set
them
up like
down.
I've got, yeah, I've got a plan.
Would destroy the black scales because the black scales is only in the squat.
Yeah, we need that squat, don't we?
All right, I'm gonna go to bed, guys, and stare at the beige ceiling of my apartment.
I'm
Not at
gonna
all.
do a similar thing.
Beige.
Guys.
All right.
Coming unplugged.
Thank you.
Later. Good